kind of loud. Probando. Sí. 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 Probando. Sí. 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 Testing. I think that's a little better.
And how do I get the agenda on here?
Is it a touchscreen? No, it's not.
Morning, Fred.
Good morning.
Hello. Test 1, 2.
Do you want to do
Let's just.
I do, I'm good.
Oh, do I only obviously
Oh, sure.
turn it on one?
I think so. Yeah, thank you. You know what? Oh, sorry.
Testing. Testing. Thank you so much.
Ready? Are you ready? Good morning, everyone. I would like to call the regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees to order. It is now 9:30 a.m. You may join today's meeting in person at a limited capacity via Zoom webinar or watch the live stream from the College of the Desert YouTube channel. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. And I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to be back on campus. So thank you all so much and to see my fellow board members. So Fred, I know Trustee Yag, you're out there. Good morning to you, sir. So can we have roll call, please, Dr. Garcia?
Present.
Present. Present.
Present.
Present. Very good. Trustee Yant, are you there?
Yes, I'm not here.
Okay, thank
President
you.
Garcia.
Good morning. We'll now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and our Vice Chair will lead us in the pledge.
Good morning, everyone. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Perez. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2, The board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present, that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for October 21, 2021, Dr. Garcia?
None.
Okay. Hearing none, the agenda stands confirmed as presented. Moving on to agenda item number 3, minutes, approval of regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of September 17, 2021? Hearing none, they stand approved. Moving on to item number 4, public comments. In accordance with Senate Bill 361 and guidance from the California Department of Public Health on gatherings, remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and read into the record during public comment, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. There is a time limit of 3 minutes per person. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comments section. Casey, do we have any requests?
We've received 3 requests via email and no requests in person. I will read the 3 comments in person from the email.
Could you speak a little bit louder? I don't know if your mic is on.
Public comments were 3 public comments were received via OTP, and I will read those 3 comments. First comment is from David Snow. According to the CDC's official website, as of September 8th, 2021, the CDC and FDA have confirmed 854 reports of myocarditis and pericarditis after mRNA COVID-19 vaccination, Pfizer, BioNTech, or Moderna, particularly in male adolescents and young adults. They also identified 46 confirmed reports of people who got the J&J Johnson COVID-19 vaccine and later developed thrombosis with thrombocytopenia syndrome. Serious adverse events after COVID-19 vaccinations are rare but may occur, adds the CDC website. As well, according to VAERS, they received 7,653 reports of death among people who received a COVID-19 vaccine. Will the college and its board of trustees hold themselves legally liable in the case of any adverse side effects experienced by their staff and/or students following the vaccination, since they would like to mandate it? Kind regards. Second public comment is from the Faculty Color of Caucus. Hello, Board of Trustees, President Garcia, VP Dr. Neary, VP Baker, and VP Vermont. We would like to come forward as the Faculty and Staff Color Caucus to update you on our progress as a collective group. This group consists of faculty and staff of color that are engaged in creating a space to connect with one another and build community. Our group dialogues have led to building a support group for each other as we navigate our workspace dynamics. This group has been well received by members since it provides an opportunity for networking, advice, and increase in fostering an inclusive environment. We are thankful for the growth of our membership as it demonstrates how important this caucus is to our constituents. This group goals align with the diversity inclusion college value that embraces the diversity of our community and upholds the dignity and worth of each individual. This semester, our goal is to increase outreach and connect to our diverse students by building a more inclusive environment to support their growth at College of the Desert. We're looking forward to the new direction of leadership and welcoming the incoming cohort of diverse faculty and staff based on implementing equitable hiring practices. We hope to continue professional development to reframe mindset on hiring diverse staff, faculty, and as an asset to meeting our surrounding community needs. The presence of this group has led to the developing a culture that is open to accepting diverse students and being ready to serve them effectively. This space has led to more confidence within members to feel safe with their ideas and feedback for changes. We hope that the college continues to move forward with the agenda of promoting and following through with social justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. In this group, we are doing our part in developing a dialogue that centers around collaboration and innovates for our incoming diverse students, faculty, and staff. We look forward to the board's support in fostering an environment that is inclusive and forward-thinking, such as development of cultural centers, institutionalized of piloted faculty mentorship program, include adjunct and full-time, mentorship program for students, mentorship programs for classified staff to create and encourage opportunities for career advancement, increase ethnic studies department faculty hires to become compliant with AB 3310 and AB 1040 and AB 1460. Reevaluate services at offsite campuses to be equitable and engaging, hiring an equity director, creating a campus that is ready to serve our diverse students, develop more recognition of our employees and to increase morale and community. Thank you for your time, faculty color of caucus. Public comment number 3 is from Steve Kelly. Good morning, trustees, and welcome, Dr. Garcia. My name is Stephen Veriker. I am a 30-year resident of the Valley and have been a professional broadcast journalist during the time using the name of Steve Kelly. KCOD was originally an internet radio station. In 2019, local philanthropists Rick and Rosine Supple donated an AM radio station to Signal College of the Desert, and I was hired as a COD broadcast consultant. I was hired personally by Dr. Joel Kinnaman, then COD president. In 2017, we added 99.9 FM to the college, which was allowed because we had an AM signal. During my tenure, I also secured or helped secure the FCC legal call letters KCOD. The current building housing KCOD and the current attorneys, as well as an on-call engineer. I kept both stations FCC compliant. KCOD entered a marvelous phase of growth. We added Spanish language programming, community programming, which featured a New York Times bestseller author, the first ever African-American show in the Valley, and radio programs featuring stories about the college and student radio shows. In the last year alone, 3 KCOD training students are now in the media world. One is involved by the City News Service, one is employed as an intern with the City of Indio, and a student who turned down an offer at NPR due to the pandemic is now a media manager for the Coachella Valley Repertory Theater. In addition, with the great help of Tony Backall and Professor Laurel Lee Jackson, 3 of the last 4 years of KCOD was nominated for Best Community College Radio Station in America by the Intercollegiate Broadcast Systems Group. Professor Jackson was nominated for Best Faculty Advisor in the US as well. She lost out to the director of the Big Ten radio station. In what other forum has this college ever competed against the Big Ten? Over the years, KCOD somehow migrated from being the purview of the COD Foundation to being run by the interim dean of social sciences and arts. In July 2020, I was ordered by Dr. Sarah Butler to turn off the AM and FM file, a silent memo with the FCC. I did as instructed. The college cited severe financial pressure as the reason. I was let go in November 2020 with never any formal explanation. I am not looking for a job, only a radio station. Now it must be pointed out that the total cost of running the radio station includes my salary was less than $75,000 a year, or less than half the salary of the dean who ordered the closure. It must also be pointed out that I asked Dr. Butler if the donors had been notified. I was met with the response, "It is above my pay grade." The Supple family has never received a call from anyone at COD. I know how much respect and dignity are valued at the college. I am hoping this oversight can be rectified. So right now, KCOD has been reduced back to an internet station with no outreach. In fact, it is in danger of losing its call letters from the FCC. I am not sure it can be resurrected, but I would love the opportunity to assist. Not in a paying position, but utilizing my 25 years experience to aid the college as a volunteer. I have already been approved as a volunteer previously in 2017. I think KCOD can rise again to soaring heights. I also believe that like our nursing program and public safety school, it should be on its own and not overseen by someone with zero media experience. After all, an English professor doesn't teach chemistry. Please give it back to the foundation. Dr. Garcias and trustees, I would thank you so much for your time and consideration. My contact information is below. And again, I would love to help in any way that I can. And finally, I have listed Mrs. Supple's contact information as well. Please call her and give her that courtesy. I look forward to hearing from you and make myself available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
JC, does that conclude the comments?
I believe that concludes the comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to item number 5, which is public updates. Dr. Garcia.
There will be 4 proclamations that will be read under the public updates. At this time, I would like to introduce Scott Cooper, transfer counselor, to introduce the student who will read the proclamation for Transfer Month.
Good morning. Bring your microphone down a little bit, Scott. There you go.
Oh, gotcha. Dr. Garcia, members of the board, thank you for inviting us today to read this proclamation proclaiming that October is Transfer Month. As you know, the Cal State system, the UC system are open right now for transfer applications. And today, the proclamation will be read by Ireland Olson. This is Ireland's 4th year at College of the Desert. She started here at 16 years old, first using the college classes to complete her high school degree. She has been very involved in her time at the school. She played on the cross-country team for 2 years and served with ASCOD board as secretary, then president, and currently as student trustee. She also works at the college for the Task Center as a math tutor and in the office of the president as a student worker. She's a business major and has maintained a 4.0 GPA. She will graduate from College of the Desert after spring 2022 and is currently working on transfer applications. She plans to transfer and complete her bachelor's degree in international business and then go to law school. Her top choices include USC, Georgetown, and the University of Pennsylvania. Ireland?
Thank you. I'll now read the proclamation. Whereas transfer to a 4-year university is one of the primary roles of the community college system, as outlined in the California Master Educational Plan and reaffirmed in the California Promise Program. And whereas the social and community impact of obtaining a bachelor's degree improves financial stability, health, and increases tax revenues, helping our national, state, and local communities. And whereas the State Chancellor's Office has identified the Inland Empire as an area for opportunity for growth in transfer numbers. And whereas College of the Desert is one of the California community colleges striving to achieve the state's goals and is the primary community college serving the entire Coachella Valley. And whereas College of the Desert has had the largest graduating and transfer-ready classes in our history for the last 5 consecutive years. And whereas College of the Desert has dedicated fiscal and personnel resources to actively grow our transfer population and streamline degree pathways for students. And whereas October begins the application cycle to the California State University System, our largest transfer partner institution. Now therefore be it resolved that October be proclaimed Transfer Month at College of the Desert. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariane.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to introduce Ruby Becerril Gonzalez, Outreach Specialist for Dreamer Resources Center, to introduce the student who will read the proclamation for Undocumented Student Week of Action.
Ruby, are you there? Ruby? Ruby was supposed to sign in. via
Hello.
Zoom. Ruby?
Student joined us.
Hi, I'm
There she
sorry.
is.
I was having a little bit of a glitch. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Miguel, is she muted?
Okay. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Good morning. I'm happy to be here today via Zoom. Unfortunately, our student Marco Linares had a last minute change in his schedule. So on his behalf, I will be reading the proclamation, if that is okay. That okay?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Okay, whereas more than 2 million undocumented immigrants of all nationalities and backgrounds call California home, including more than 183,000 deferred action for childhood arrivals or DACA recipients. And whereas California has uplifted and empowered undocumented immigrants to seek a better life by providing access to public services and extending protections through sanctuary laws. And whereas undocumented immigrants have historically faced racism, poverty, language, and other barriers restricting access to education, limiting their ability to find better work and provide for their families. And whereas the passage of Assembly Bill AB 540, authored by the late Assemblyman Marco Antonio Fireball and signed by former Governor Gray Davis on October 12, 2001, declare that long-term California residents, regardless of their citizenship status, may pay in-state fees at California public colleges and universities. And whereas approximately 8,500 undocumented students, including 72,000 California community college students, benefit from AB 540 today. And whereas AB 540 expanded opportunities for a college education and reduced opportunity gaps for undocumented students by removing the burden of out-of-state tuition. And whereas the California community colleges are committed to serving all students, regardless of their immigration status, and providing them with the supports, resources, and opportunities to pursue their educational goals. And whereas in 2017, the Trump administration's attempt to rescind DACA caused a rise in political tensions and antagonistic views regarding immigrants and spurred the creation of the annual California Community Colleges Undocumented Student Action Week, focused on advocating for policy change and resources to better support our undocumented students. And whereas the 5th annual USAW will bring together undocumented liaisons, Dreamer Liaisons AB 1645, administrators, faculty, and students across 116 colleges to engage in state, federal, and local action to support undocumented students in their goal of earning a college education. And whereas collective budget and legislative advocacy during USAW has led to funding for undocumented resource centers and undocumented liaisons, the creation of the Immigration Legal Services Project, and the expansion of AB 540 eligibility through Senate Bill 68. And the protection of DACA. And whereas the students, faculty, administrators, staff, and undocumented liaisons will also engage in a joint advocacy effort to urge Congress to adopt comprehensive immigration reform and implement greater educational supports for undocumented students. And whereas President Biden's Build Back Better agenda proposes a pathway to citizenship for undocumented students and expands access to federal financial aid, which will enable more undocumented students to pay for college, complete their studies, and contribute far more greatly to the economy. And whereas the California community colleges must continue to combat persisting inequities among the underserved population, develop pathways that foster access, equity, and inclusion, and advocate fiercely for the necessary policies and resources. And whereas College of the Desert former interim superintendent president Jeff Baker issued a statement following the July 16, 2021 ruling by the Texas Supreme Court, which partially ends the federal DACA, in which he reaffirmed the college's commitment to support undocumented students, including DACA recipients. And whereas the well-being, education, and future of our students, regardless of background, are primary concerns for College of the Desert, our students deserve nothing less than our respect and our support. And we are proud that our students chose to seek a high-quality education by joining the Roadrunner family at College of the Desert. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District, in collaboration with the California Colleges Board of Governors, the Community College League of California, Faculty Association of California Community Colleges, and other immigrant advocacy groups, declares that it remains steadfastly in support of DACA recipients and other undocumented students in the California Community College system, and call on Congress to immediately and permanently preserve the DACA program and further work toward comprehensive immigration reform. Be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District proclaims the week of October 18th through 22nd, 2001 as Undocumented Student Week of Action at College of the Desert, and encourages the entire Coachella Valley community to support DACA recipients as they pursue the American dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce Cody McCabe, Director for International Education, to introduce the student who will read the proclamation for International Education Week.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Garcia, President's Cabinet, and guests. Today, I'm honored to introduce November's International Education Week proclamation. So this is a joint initiative of the U.S. Department of State and Education to celebrate the benefits of international cultural exchange in the United States. Because of your generous support of the International Education Program, this annual celebration has become a tradition at COD. So this year's virtual events will include an international photo contest, live language lessons, international fashion displays, an international cooking demonstration, a study abroad information session, the very popular international trivia competition, and a Zoom event hosted by the International. So to read the International Education Week proclamation, I would like to introduce Daniel Eduardo Moreno Uvius. So Daniel is an international student joining us from Ecuador. He's majoring in global studies at COD. He's been a very active student leader and a great COD representative, for programs like the Innovation, Development, Entrepreneurship, and Action Program, and the U.S. Department of State's Global Solutions Program that he and 6 other COD students are currently participating in. So Daniel will finish at COD in spring 2022 and return to Ecuador to complete a bachelor's degree in linguistics. Then he will pursue a career in international education. So for those reasons, I can't wait to work with Daniel when he enters the field as a professional, and I think he's the perfect international student to read this year's International Education Week proclamation. So thank you, trustees, and thank you, Daniel.
Greetings, everyone. Whereas the first International Education Week, IEW, was first held in 2000 and was a joint initiative of the U.S. Departments of State and Education. And whereas today, IEW is celebrated in more than 100 countries worldwide and is an opportunity to celebrate the benefits of international education and exchange worldwide. Whereas exchanges are critical to developing mutual understanding and respect, building leadership abroad, fostering an appreciation for the US, and investing in the future relationship between Americans and people around the world. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees, faculty, staff, and students recognize and appreciate the many benefits of international education, and be it further proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District are pleased to acknowledge the week of November 15 to November 19, 2021 as International Education Week. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, I would like to introduce Carlos Maldonado, Interim Associate Dean of Student Services, to introduce the student who will read the proclamation for National Native American Heritage Month.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, President Garcia, Executive Cabinet, and guests. I'm Carlos Maldonado, and I have the honor of introducing the reader of the Desert Community College District's proclamation for National Native American Heritage Month, Mr. Hassan Rakipi. Hassan is in his second year at College of the Desert and was recently elected to serve as the 2021-2022 ASCOD president. He is majoring in game design with a focus on computer science. Hassan comes from a family of hard workers and has been raised to appreciate the opportunities that are afforded to him while always working hard to accomplish his goals. He considers himself to be a passionate, determined, and well-rounded individual. He knows that those qualities will help him be a better leader and citizen of the world. Hassan has had to endure much more than the average person his age, but he keeps focused on his goals and uses the wisdom and knowledge gained from adversity to better understand the world and work to make it better for the global community. He brings a unique take and flavor to any environment and is always looking for ways to help people connect and build community. Please help me welcome Hassan Rakipi to read the Desert Community College District's proclamation for National Native American Heritage Month.
Hello, everyone. Whereas our nation is inextricably linked to the histories of the Native Americans who first inhabited this great land, and whereas their history speaks to us through the names of our cities, lakes, and rivers, the food on our tables, the magnificent ruins of ancient communities, and whereas they have great pride in their cultural, spiritual, linguistic, and kinship bonds. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees, faculty, staff, and students recognize and appreciate the many lasting contributions of Native Americans. And be it further proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District is pleased to acknowledge that the month of November is National Native American Heritage Month.
Thank you. So thank you, Scott, Ruby, Cody, Carlos, and to all of our student speakers. Great job. Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 6, which is introduction of new employees. Dr. Garcia.
I would like to ask Vice Presidents Dr. Annabelle Neri, Jeff Baker, and John Ramont to introduce the new employees. If any of the new employees who have joined us today would like to speak, concluding the introductions, please be sure to comment in the chat function or select the raise your hand option to speak.
Is a proud member of the Roadrunner family. She earned an associate degree in architecture from the College of the Desert, a bachelor's of architecture degree from California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo, and a construction management certificate from the University of California, Riverside. While advancing through her career in architecture, construction management, and interior design over the span of 20 years, she has served our college community for the last 6 years as an adjunct instructor. Marina recognizes the rich diversity at College of the Desert as an essential contributor towards student success. She is committed to offering and maintaining learning environments that promote equity and inclusiveness, where students can feel safe and valued. Marina promotes professional growth by providing all students a wide range of experiences in and out of the classroom. Marina feels energized for the opportunity of serving our students and understands that communication and productive collaboration among college constituents can cultivate a positive change in the community. Next, I would like to introduce Wendy Alberti, nursing instructor. Wendy Alberti is one of our newest faculty additions in the nursing department. She is a proud College of the Desert alumni who completed the RN Bridge program. She is a first-generation college graduate, obtaining her BSN and MSN from Western Governors University. Wendy's goal was to always return to our college to teach and help prepare future nurses. Next, I'd like to introduce Andrew Alleman, sociology instructor. Instructor Alleman is a product of the California Community College system. He transferred to UCLA, where he earned his bachelor's degree in sociology. After UCLA, he attended the University of Chicago, where he earned his master's in sociology. Instructor Alleman has conducted research on MDMA drug use and rave culture, as well as research on political identity. This fall semester was the start of Instructor Alleman's third year of teaching. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Beth Allen Bentley, business instructor. Dr. Beth Allen Bentley has been at the College of the Desert since 2018, most recently as the director of CTE projects. Before working for the college, she spent 25 years specializing in marketing, market research, and facilitation for companies such as the Desert Sun, the Los Angeles Times, Socratic Technologies, CVIP, and One Future Coachella Valley. Beth recently earned her doctorate from the KSU Community College Leadership Program as part of Cohort 1, generously sponsored and supported by the College of the Desert and the Board of Trustees. She also holds an MBA with a concentration in marketing from Michigan State University and is a certified project management professional through the Project Management Institute and is a graduate of Leadership Coachella Valley. Next, I'd like to introduce Jenny Carey, music history and vocal music instructor. Jenny Carey is an award-winning singer and actor whose, quote, stage presence is matched by her wonderful voice, quote, which is a direct quote from the suburban in Montreal, who delivers a spectacular acting and vocal performance, according to Stage Magazine in New Jersey. Jenny holds a master's in music degree in voice performance and pedagogy from Westminster Choir College and has taught voice and music courses at a number of colleges and universities around the country, including Rutgers University and Purdue University Northwest. Jenny's students have achieved great success, including performing at Carnegie Hall, obtaining lead roles in regional productions, and being accepted into prestigious institutions for undergraduate and graduate programs with generous scholarships. Next, I'd like to introduce Adrian Casas, Assistant Professor of Health Science. Mr. Adrian Casas earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in psychobiology from UCLA, a master's degree in public health with a focus on health promotion and education from Loma Linda University, as well as completed a master's degree in exercise science from Concordia University in Chicago. In addition, Mr. Adrian Casas is a certified health education specialist, which is a special credential awarded by the National Commission for Health Education Credentialing. Mr. Casas specialized in teaching at the community college level, and after successfully completing the 2015 match internship program with the Los Angeles Community College District, and has since had the opportunity teaching biology, health, kinesiology, counseling, and alcohol and drug study courses through the different colleges in Southern California. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Surya Ceja Vasquez, Spanish instructor. Dr. Surya Ceja Vasquez was born in Mexico and moved to Riverside, California in 2000 at the age of 12. She received her Bachelor's of Arts in 2009, Master's in 2011, and PhD in 2015 from the University of California, Riverside in Latin American literature with an emphasis on Mexican narrative. She has been teaching Spanish for the past 9 years and has worked at the University of Puget Sound in Washington State, Mount San Jacinto College, the University of Redlands, and Crafton Hills College. She is joining College of the Desert this semester, and her goal is to work and collaborate with her colleagues to continue promoting higher education. Next, I would like to introduce Cristina Corrales Coto, Distance Education and Instructional Design Coordinator, Temporary Full-Time Faculty. Cristina Corrales Coto was born and raised in the Coachella Valley and is a proud alumna of the College of the Desert. She earned a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and an MBA from the University of Redlands. Cristina has extensive experience working to assist College of the Desert students, including in the Eastern Valley, DSPNS, the Career Center, and Business Makerspace. Cristina is excited to continue working to support College of the Desert students, faculty, and staff as a distance education and instructional design coordinator. She is also an adjunct and enjoys teaching business finance and applied information system courses at the college. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Elizabeth Craig Walker, political science instructor. Dr. Elizabeth Craig Walker began her political interest while working at the Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families in Washington, D.C., right after September 11th. Immediately after graduating from Pepperdine University in 2004 with a Bachelor's of Arts in English and Journalism, she spent a year working with South Los Angeles, in which she attended Seton Hall University to receive a degree in Master Public Administration in 2006 with a focus in politics and policy. At Claremont Graduate University, she studied her Master's of Science in Political Science, Master's of Science in Higher Education, and PhD in Higher Education. Her dissertation was an intersection of higher education, history, political, and demographic shifts, titled, quote, How Pepperdine University Influenced the Development of African American Church of Christ Denominations and the African American Community in South Los Angeles during 1937 through 1981. Additionally, she taught English and political science at various community colleges and Cal State universities within California since 2008. She has also published and presented around the country about inequities in curriculum with higher education, such as AB 705 and voting behavior. Next, I would like to introduce Jeffrey Cunningham, criminal justice instructor. Jeffrey Cunningham is a first-year temporary full-time criminal justice instructor at College of the Desert. Jeffrey has over 13 years of law enforcement experience and offers a unique combination of undergraduate and graduate level education, coaching and facilitating in both traditional and online settings. Jeffrey obtained a Bachelor's of Arts in Liberal Arts and Sciences with an emphasis in Afro-American Studies from San Diego State University. He also holds a Master's in Public Administration with an emphasis in Organization Leadership from National University. When Jeffrey is not working, he enjoys spending time with his wife and children, playing fantasy football, bowling, playing table games, and coaching. Next, I would like to introduce Gwendolyn D. Earl, business instructor. Now, Gwendolyn earned a Bachelor of Science degree at California State University, Fullerton, and was a community college CSU transfer student from San Bernardino Valley College. She earned a master's degree in business administration from Webster University. Gwendolyn has an accomplished career with 29 years of corporate telecommunications experience and has held leadership positions in the business areas of global marketing research, sales, and operations. Gwendolyn also has nonprofit leadership experience in community engagement to include serving as a volunteer on several prominent boards of directors. She began her career in the field of education while teaching as a graduate assistant at Fullerton Community College, where she taught as an adjunct business instructor for over 4 years. 2 of the 4 years as an educator has been at College of the Desert, where she was hired as an adjunct business instructor. Gwendolyn is a native of Southern California, born and raised in the Inland Empire. She enjoys spending time with her family, reading, golfing, and walking the beach. She will celebrate 30 years of marriage this year to her wonderful husband. Their wedding ceremony took place in Redlands, California. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Amira El-Sinusi, astronomy instructor, temporary full-time. Amira earned her PhD in space and planetary science from University of Arkansas. During that time, she analyzed the data returned from NASA Mars Phoenix lander, which was launched in 2008. She is affiliated with the Alternative Earth's Astrobiology Center, Department of Earth Sciences at the University of California, Riverside, as a research scientist. Amira was also a visiting scholar at NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL 2014, where she applied her expertise of planetary science and astrobiology to understand extraterrestrial oceans, particularly that of Jupiter's moon, Europa, which is part of the Europa Clipper space mission that will be launched in 2024. She has 5 years of teaching experience as an undergraduate, 3 of those at College of the Desert, and is currently a temporary full-time instructor at College of the Desert. Next, I'd like to welcome Benjamin Fitzpatrick, kinesiology instructor. Ben Fitzpatrick is a full-time instructor in the kinesiology department and working on the accreditation of the physical therapy assistant program at College of the Desert. He has a master's in both education and physical therapy. In addition to College of the Desert, he works per diem at Eisenhower in the inpatient setting. He is married and has 3 daughters. His oldest daughter is 2, and his twins are 4 months old. In his free time, Ben enjoys trail running and spending time with his family. Next, I would like to introduce Charles Francis, physics and engineering adjunct faculty, temporary full-time. Charles Francis started as an adjunct member at College of the Desert 2 years ago and is excited to now be a temporary full-time instructor. He was raised in the Coachella Valley and has spent his professional career in the engineering field, working for both medical device and defense manufacturers in our local community. Now a full-time instructor, he brings an industry perspective to the same classes he took here as a College of the Desert alumni. Charlie and his wife and 3 kids are always out and about getting involved in the local community. Next, I would like to introduce Adam Gill, chemistry instructor, temporary full-time. Adam is a Southern California native and former community college student himself. He attended Riverside City College before transferring to UC Riverside, where he completed both his undergraduate and graduate degrees in biochemistry. His PhD research focused on molecular sensing arrays and isotopically labeled molecular synthesis, resulting in authorship on over 15 academic publications. He worked as a math and science tutor at RCC for 3 years, then as a teaching assistant for UCR chemistry department for 5 years, and finally as an adjunct professor at San Bernardino Valley College, where he taught organic chemistry for the last 4 years. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Megan Hazanzada, biology instructor. Dr. Megan Hazanzada is the first person in her family to attend and graduate from college. She began her academic journey at a community college. Instructor Hazanzada's passion for biology began as a childhood curiosity of living things. Dr. Hazanzada completed a bachelor's degree in biochemistry and a master's degree in biochemistry and molecular biology at the University of California, Riverside. At Touro University, she earned a doctorate in pharmacy, and she has worked collaboratively as a clinical pharmacist, has over 6 years of teaching experience, and currently teaches anatomy and physiology as a full-time instructor at College of the Desert. Teaching is the most rewarding way for instructor Hazanzada to give back and inspire the next generation of college graduates. Next, I would like to introduce Wesley Hernandez, communication studies instructor, temporary full-time. As a leader and educator, Wesley has always been interested in helping students feel seen, heard, and valued. The purpose of his work is to enrich people's spirits. During his 5 years as a former adjunct instructor, Wesley attended many workshops and seminars that have radically altered his teaching. He has impacted the lives of low-income students, war veterans, and students with disabilities. He specializes in helping people discover and articulate what makes them unique so they can form deeper connections with others. In addition, Wesley continues to stay relevant in the communication discipline. His research interest includes emotional intelligence, social influence, and conflict management. This October, he will be presenting at the 2021 conference of the Austrian Association for American Studies, presenting work that demonstrates the best practices for encouraging online narratives. Wesley recognizes the value of relationships, and he continues to work alongside people who share the same passion. Next, I would like to introduce Tahir Johnson, Equipment Manager for Kinesiology and Athletics. An alum of College of the Desert and a two-time letter winner in football, Tahir joins the Kinesiology and Athletics Department in his new role as an equipment manager. Mr. Johnson has held various roles across campus as a student worker with the Alumni Association and with athletics. Mr. Johnson is excited to return to College of the Desert to continue to foster community and help all of our student athletes succeed. Next, I would like to introduce Robert Kelbley, computer science instructor, temporary full-time. Rob is now in his 5th year teaching community college courses in Southern California. Previously, he earned a Master's of Science in Computer Engineering at UC Santa Cruz, where he worked as a teaching assistant and developed a passion for helping students achieve success. After earning his master's, Rob taught at high school while volunteering with the U.S. Peace Corps. Before becoming a college instructor, he worked as a software engineer at a robotics company. In his free time, he enjoys walking and listening to music. Next, I would like to introduce Mary Grace M.G. Maloney, faculty librarian. M.G. Maloney is an MLIS librarian who recently worked as an adjunct faculty librarian at Santa Ana College and Santiago Canyon College. MG spent 7 years as an administrator, instructor, and community archivist at the Johnston Center for Integrative Studies, an alternative education undergraduate program at the University of Redlands. During graduate school at Dominican University, MG held internships at the Newberry and Oak Park Public Library. She was also the graduate assistant for the Butler's Children's Literature Center in Dominican University's School of Library and Information Studies. MG began her librarianship career as a part-time reference and archives librarian at Triton College, a community college near Chicago's West Side. As a researcher, MG most recently assisted author Leslie Brody on her critically acclaimed biography, Sometimes You Have to Lie, The Life and Times of Louise Fitta, renegade author of Harriet the Spy. MG's primary interests include media and information literacy, primary source research, critical pedagogy, open educational resources, juvenile literature, creative writing, independent publishing, and she is ecstatic to join the College of the Desert community. Next, I would like to introduce Lakeisha McKenzie, sociology instructor. Instructor McKenzie comes from a background in education. She started as a teacher in the K-12 school system for 10 years before stepping into higher education. She started at College of the Desert as an adjunct faculty in fall of 2019. She is excited to now be a part of the COD family as a full-time sociology instructor. Her educational background includes a bachelor's degree in sociology from California State University, Los Angeles, and a master's degree in sociology from California State University, Dominguez Hills. Instructor McKenzie is now a doctoral student working on a doctorate degree in educational leadership and management from Alliant International University. Next, I would like to introduce Stephanie Montalvo, nursing instructor. Stephanie Montalvo is one of our new full-time nursing faculty members. She is a proud College of the Desert alumni. She obtained her LVN certificate and registered nursing degree here at the college. She is a first-generation college graduate and received her BSN and MSN from Western Governors University. Since she went through the LVN program at College of the Desert, Stephanie's goal was to come back and teach at College of the Desert in order to serve the community and give back as a nurse educator. Next, I would like to introduce Cheryl Morris, Academic Senate Secretary. Cheryl Morris supports the Academic Senate. Born in British Columbia, Canada, Cheryl also resided in Seattle before moving to Greater Palm Springs. Cheryl is the first of her family to attend college and studied general business, also receiving a legal secretarial certificate in Bellingham, Washington. Cheryl has worked extensively in litigation and energy regulatory law, working in both in state and federal and appellate courts, and most recently for the California Labor Commissioner. Cheryl enjoys collecting and curating mid-century vintage pieces, playing the ukulele, swing dancing, and spending time with her husband and 3 dogs. Next, I would like to introduce Ashley Ogulibang, Administrative Assistant for Kinesiology and Athletics. Miss Ashley Ogulibang comes to College of the Desert from California State University, Fullerton, where she worked for the past 4 years in various administrative roles, most recently as the Assignments and Access Coordinator in their Office of Housing and Residential Engagement. She has a Bachelor of Arts degree in American Studies and Ethnic Studies from Cal State Fullerton, and is currently completing her final year of her Master's of Science in Counseling at California State University, Long Beach. Ashley is a proud Coachella Valley native and is excited to return to the community and support students, faculty, and staff at the college in her new role as an administrative assistant. Next, I would like to introduce Annika Pisula, biology instructor, temporary full-time. Annika was born and raised in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, where she became passionate about the natural environment and biological sciences. Annika earned her Bachelor's of Science in Molecular Biology, Cell Biology, and Physiology from Sonoma State University, and her Master's of Science in Biological Science from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Over the last 4 years, she has had the opportunity to teach biology to community college students in the Central Coast. Annika is excited to be part of the College of the Desert and is inspired to educate students in the field of biology, as well as promote lifelong learning. And this is my last page. And lastly, I'd like to introduce Mary Rose Juarez, nursing simulation instructor. Mary was born in the Coachella Valley and is a College of the Desert alumna. In 2011, she graduated from California State University, San Bernardino with a Bachelor of Science degree in nursing. And in 2018, received her Master of Science in Education from Western Governors University. Mary is a registered nurse with over 10 years of experience who has worked in the hospital and across the healthcare continuum. She holds various designations in the field of nursing and simulation, such as Certified Nurse Educator, Certified Healthcare Simulation Educator, and Certified Medical Surgical Registered Nurse. Prior to coming to College of the Desert, she worked as a nurse educator at Redlands Community Hospital. In 2016, she joined the nursing department at College of the Desert as an adjunct faculty. Her experience teaching at the college sparked her passion in teaching the next generation of nurses. Mary is a proponent of nursing simulation because of its unique ability of transforming the educational experience outside of the classroom and into high fidelity, real world scenarios that helps prepare and mold our nursing students to be competent clinicians that will serve our communities. Again, welcome to all of those to instruction, and thank you again to the board and Dr. Garcia.
That was a pleasure to hear all those introductions. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good morning. I have the honor of introducing new employees in student services, and though I don't have quite the extensive list that Dr. Neri has, we have some pretty phenomenal folks that are with us now. So let's start with Mary Eden. She is the Black Student Success Center counselor. Mary is a graduate of San Diego State University. She was born and raised in Iowa, and even though she is not a native to California, she is a proud product of the California Community College system, having attended Grossmont College. Soon after, she transferred to Azusa Pacific University, earning a Bachelor of Arts degree in organizational leadership. Before joining College of the Desert, she was an adjunct counselor at San Diego Mesa and Miracosta College for 3 years. She held many positions while employed at Grossmont Cuyamaca College District for over 18 years, from classified staff, financial aid scholarship specialist to supervisor. Mary is excited to bring her passion for advising students and coordinating the Black Student Success Center. In her spare time, she enjoys shopping, snacking, and spending time with her family and dog. Next, I'd like to introduce Victoria Jimenez, ESLN counselor. Victoria Jimenez is our new ESLN, English as a Second Language counselor. Victoria is a proud first-generation Latinx college graduate, turned counselor, builder, and advocate. As a product of community college, Victoria realized her passion of being an advocate for students and assisting them to create the most positive and enlightening experience throughout their educational journey. She pursued her purpose and received her Master's of Science degree in counseling and college student personnel from California Lutheran University. Victoria was previously an adjunct in general counseling, TRIO veteran counseling, as well as the LGBTQIA Pride Center counselor. In her current role, Victoria continues to bridge the gap for students, empower community members, as well as work to uplift the stories and experiences of her students and families to create access for new, current, and future College of the Desert students in the Coachella Valley. Next, I would like to introduce Cynthia Lopez, Outreach Specialist for EDGE Pledge. Born and raised in the Coachella Valley, Cynthia is a 2008 graduate of Desert Mirage High School. She then attended and graduated from the University of Laverne with a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science. Cynthia's previous role was as an enrollment service specialist, bilingual, at the College of the Desert Palm Springs campus. She has an adorable dog named Reese's Pieces and recently adopted a kitten named Loki. She is excited to be part of the EDGE Pledge team and can't wait to help our amazing students. Next, I would like to introduce Juan Jose Moreno Ibarra, counselor. Juan Jose is a Coachella Valley native. After graduating from Coachella Valley High School in 2004, he attended California State University, Fullerton, and graduated with a Chicano Studies bachelor's degree. Juan Jose earned his master's degree in counseling from the University of Redlands. Before joining the College of the Desert community, he worked as a child advocate, wraparound services coordinator, youth partner, and care worker at nonprofit organizations in Orange County and Los Angeles County. As an adjunct counselor at College of the Desert, Juan Jose has worked with first-generation high school, undocumented, formerly incarcerated, and imprisoned students, as well as students of color. Juan Jose is proud to bring his passion for higher education and his experience as a first-generation college student to College of the Desert. He looks forward to the opportunity to help students succeed, believe in themselves, and improve the educational outcomes of students of color. Next, I would like to introduce Alicia Rosado, Outreach Specialist for EDGE Pledge. Alicia is a Coachella Valley native, a College of the Desert alumni, and the dog mom of two precious dogs. We like our dogs in student services, Chunk and Marley. Alicia began her College of the Desert career as a bursar technician, where she enjoyed assisting students and working closely with all related departments. Alicia then worked out of class in accounts payable and payroll, where she was able to engage with different departments and work with faculty members. While in that role, she learned the ins and outs of the fiscal department. Alicia is now part of the EDGE Pledge outreach team, where she is excited to be able to make a difference in the community and assist students in making the life-changing decision of continuing their education at our college. And finally, I'd like to introduce Philip Salas, Triple SP counselor. Philip Salas was born and raised in the city of Coachella and is a proud alum of Coachella Valley High School. He earned his Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of California, Irvine. From there, he attended California State University, San Bernardino, where he attained his Master's in Education Guidance and Counseling. Philip has worked in education for approximately 18 years, teaching students from pre-kindergarten to adult learners. He has been an adjunct counselor at College of the Desert since 2016, where he has served as both a general advising counselor and as an adult basic education counselor and assisted students who are working to attain a GED or high school diploma. He is proud and honored to now be a full-time counselor at College of the Desert and will work tirelessly to ensure that everyone has the opportunity and equal access to advanced education. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm following up with one final. I'd like to introduce Mr. Stuart Davis, who's our Executive Director of Educational Technology. Stuart Davis joins College of the Desert with over 20 years of community college experience. He's led progressively diverse teams and was instrumental to the implementation of a Lucian colleague as well as transition to hosted services in his previous organization. Under his former IT leadership role, he provided critical decision-making to meet the needs of students, staff, and faculty for over 10 years. He's a highly motivated leader who excels at change management and understanding the needs of the organization, as well as operational impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Casey, are there any new employees who have requested to speak?
Yes, we have one, Annika.
Annika, are you there?
Yes, hello. Can you see me? Hi. I just wanted to say hello, and my name is Annika Pasula. I'm a biology professor here at COD, and just wanted to introduce myself to the Board of Trustees and to President Dr. Garcia, and thank you, Dr. Neary, for that wonderful introduction of me. And I just wanted to say that I'm teaching anatomy and physiology this semester and elements of biology, and I am actually a very lucky faculty member that I actually do get to teach on campus in person for one of my human biology, or excuse me, my human anatomy and physiology courses. And I will say that the students are thriving and they are loving to be able to dissect a heart and be able to look at blood vessel models and perform experiments in person. They've told me wonderful feedback how this is really helping them learn the material. And so I just wanted to share that information with you all today.
Thank you so much. Great. Okay, with that, we'll move on to reports, and we'll start off with ASCOD. Hassan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, Madam Chair, Trustees, Dr. Garcia, Executive Cabinet, and guests. My name is Hassan Rakipi, and I am the ASCOD President. ASCOD has been very busy since the last board meeting. So for fall ASCOD elections, applications for the ASCOD elections are now closed. As expected, there was a low turnout of eligible students, but we are excited that we will be able to fill crucial roles and expand the membership of our Senate and continue to work on behalf of the students. We hope to announce our official results at the next board meeting and look forward to continued conversations about how to improve the student experience. As for an ASCOD update, committees, both ASCOD and COD, are running smoothly. We are experiencing some challenges with filling committee assignments, but are optimistic that the expansion of the Senate will help lessen that challenge. The ASCOD Events Committee has a solid amount of events planned. One event in particular is planned to be in person and is going through the proper procedures before being approved. And I'll add, it has been approved, which is awesome. Other in-person events are being discussed and pushed for as well. There will still be online events for those that cannot come to campus or prefer online. We want to make sure those options are still available for everyone. The ASCOD Discord server is up and running. We are working on advertising this service to make sure that everyone knows that it is available. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I look forward to seeing what the future holds and as we continue to work on behalf of the students and community. If you have any questions, I will gladly take them at this time. Also, feel free to reach out to me by email, pascod@collegeofthedesert.edu.
Thank you so much. Next is a report from COD Foundation. And that is a written report that we have. So we'll move on to CSEA. Jim Lilly, are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Morning.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Board of Trustees. Classified professionals have been back on campus for almost a month now. However, we would still like to see the district increase cleaning during the daytime when everyone is on campus. Besides cleaning concerns, we hope to obtain an agreement that allows classified staff with young children or high-risk members within the home the opportunity to work remotely during times of need. We are currently in the process of negotiating the effects of the vaccine mandate. However, we believe that incentivizing the vaccine will help ensure the highest vaccination numbers of classified professionals. CSEA will continue to assist President Garcia and the district with the enrollment goals by working conjointly and providing input from the front line. CSEA and Human Resources have successfully completed multiple agreements about safety, catastrophic leave, reclassification, and numerous other items in recent weeks. However, we know that the MOUs only work when both sides agree and follow through and understand the intent of the language agreed upon. We appreciate the Executive Cabinet for their continued efforts in continuing to build a cooperative relationship. As we all transition back to in-person and conquer obstacles created by the pandemic, we want to emphasize that CSEA is only a phone call away. We are here to help move forward and provide the best working, learning conditions possible. Thank you all from CSEA Chapter 407.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on to COD Adjunct Association, Michael Gladich.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Superintendent President Garcia, members of the board and college community. CODA commends Vice President Jeff Baker, who as a temporary superintendent president considered the needs of adjuncts and their families and recommended a supplemental on-schedule increase in adjunct compensation for 2022 and 2024. None of us can remember an administrator ever proposing and following through on such an important step toward equity and inclusion for adjuncts. We are very grateful. CODA also extends full support to Dr. Garcia and the board for their courage in requiring mandatory vaccinations for students and employees starting 2022. And we applaud the financial incentive offered to students for vaccination. We urge the board to heed the example of adjoining districts and offer to COD employees a similar vaccination incentive. CODA and the district will soon begin negotiations for an MOU concerning the effects of the vaccination mandate. Negotiations to achieve common understanding are essential, and it goes without saying that such agreements will be fully honored and by both parties. The spirit of the agreement beyond the letter of the agreement is expected to be honored as well. Even the hint of any part of any agreement not being followed casts doubt over the whole agreement process. Schedule information for winter and spring is being distributed to full-time, but not to adjuncts equally across all departments. In some departments, adjuncts know the schedule, and in others, they have no idea of the schedule, which places an unfair burden on them. CODA insists on equitable distribution of scheduling information to all adjuncts across all departments. We agree, all of us, that declining enrollment at COD is a pressing issue. CODA acknowledges the work of the Enrollment Management Committee, but we're dismayed that none of the bargaining units are represented on that committee. We strongly recommend the committee charter be revised to include reps from CODFA, CSEA, and CODA to make that committee more inclusive. Stabilizing and increasing enrollment is essential, and to accomplish that goal, everyone must be engaged, especially the boots on the ground. Finally, the results are in from CODA's Adjunct Climate Survey. The most urgent issue for adjuncts is the lack of parity. Let the adjuncts speak in their own behalf. Quote, "There is too much inequality between the compensation benefits received between adjunct instructors and full-time. Most of my colleagues have another job to make ends meet. And also, I know how much the full-time faculty make, and it's over twice as much as I do teaching at 3 colleges and serving on a committee. I think my pay should closer reflect that of my full-time peers." Another, "I do not feel as if COD values their adjuncts. The huge pay disparity is evidence of such." And finally, "The issue is class, not race. Adjuncts are second class and exploited, no matter their color." That concludes our report.
Thank you so much. Next is Faculty Association. Good morning, Veronica.
Good morning. I am representing our President, Oceana Collins, today. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Superintendent President, Dr. Garcia, Board of Trustees, and members. CODFA would first like to thank Dr. Garcia and her great team, Casey Leiden and Armando Robles. Their commitment to transparency and communication is greatly appreciated and a refreshing change. Secondly, we would like to acknowledge the work of Dr. Daniel Martinez, Dr. Jessica Enders, and Carlos Maldonado, for who have worked to create the COVID dashboard on our website. Additionally, we would like to thank the district for organizing the Welcome Back to Campus celebration. We appreciate the fact that the district recognizes the importance of creating a sense of community and is putting effort into making that happen. Finally, we would like to acknowledge all the hard work that went into organizing the Undocumented Student Action Week. COFA members remain committed to supporting our undocumented student population. As an update, COFA is very pleased to announce that we have successfully negotiated an MOU with the district for the vaccination mandate going into effect for the spring semester. We would like to thank the district's negotiation team for working with COFA to craft what we believe is a very reasonable and fair MOU. The MOU includes a monetary incentive for members who are vaccinated. The incentive affirms the district's commitment to safety and also demonstrates the value that the district has for the work of our members. CODFA stands in solidarity with our CODA colleagues in supporting the request to have compensation for all of their training as stated in their current MOU. CODFA's current MOU supports compensation for training, and we request the same for our CODA's colleagues. As always, CODFA stands behind our part-time colleagues who supply a significant amount of the non-instructional and instructional labor for the college. CODFA would like to express our concerns over the lack of continuous and regular cleanings of our classroom during the daytime. We believe that in order to create a healthy and safe environment, we need the custodial crew to regularly disinfect the public areas of campus. I trust that these issues can be worked out between the district and our colleagues at CSEA. Finally, we would like to acknowledge the work of everyone, because honestly, it's been a very hard year and a half, but I know that we will all make it through for our students and our community. Respectfully, on the behalf of Oceana Collins. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Academic Senate. Dr. Dosher?
I apologize for not being here in person to present this report. Somehow I missed the Thursday date and scheduled an appointment I could not change. Last Thursday, I heard a story about the recent suicides and suicide attempts at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. The campus canceled classes one day for students to have a mental health break, and parents who could set up support booths on campus with signs, one of which said, "Pretend I am your mom, free hugs." According to the National Institutes of Health, the second leading cause of death in the US in ages 15 to 34, which is the age of the bulk of our students, is suicide. And a recent article in our own Desert Sun, Coachella Valley suicide rate outpaces state national numbers, new report finds, states that the suicide rate here is almost double the national average. Our counseling faculty and student health staff continue to support our students as best they can, and many of us continue to check in with our students, providing reminders of support available. I just discussed our services with a group of students doing work on mental health who themselves said they were feeling a bit down this week. But our campus is still sending the visual message that we are not open for our community. We bemoan our plunging enrollments at COD, but what are we doing today to increase support of existing students who are still struggling and suffering? And why are we still looking like a prison with most of our main entrances still blocked by metal gates? On the same night I heard the report about the suicides at UNC, I walked at Civic Center Park as the Thursday concert provided entertainment for families and food trucks shared their tasty treats with concert goers. Yet just across the street, literally within eyesight from the concert, our campus remains closed and I could see the closed gates off San Pablo. Why? If we are serious about serving our community, improving our enrollments, and supporting our students' success, then it is time to open those gates literally and return to providing all of the amazing things that we can do for our students in multiple modalities. Online education and its many iterations are here to stay, but so is that face-to-face interaction that so many in our community need. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to governing board reports. We'll start off with our student trustee.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, trustees, Dr. Garcia, executive cabinet, and members of the public. It's great to be here in person. I want to first thank everyone who has helped get this boardroom ready. I know there's been a lot done behind the scenes, and I want to specifically thank the IT, maintenance and operations teams, as well as Casey, Armando, and Julia. Everything you've done is very much appreciated. This is a beautiful room and I'm excited to be here. It's been a busy past month. ASCOD concluded their special elections and I want to congratulate Hassan on being elected president. I've appreciated the leadership he has shown thus far and I'm confident he will do a great job moving forward. I'm looking forward to the book club I'm running on behalf of ASCOD. We will meet for the first time tomorrow via Zoom and discuss the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. I'm also thrilled to share that ASCOD will be hosting an in-person Halloween event for students. This is a great step towards fostering connection among students and providing a much-needed break from stressful classes as students deal with midterms. That is all for my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And I, as well, am very excited to be here in person. The very first meeting here in person. So thank you to everyone who made this possible and everyone who's doing their part to ensure that we can continue to open up more spaces. I had the opportunity this past week to attend the ACCT conference, and it was just amazing. It never ceases to amaze me that there was trustees there from across the United States. Yet we were all facing the same, issues, with enrollment and just the craziness that the pandemic has brought us. But aside from that, it was really great to connect with so many folks and hear of all the amazing things that colleges across the United States are doing. And of course, it was a great opportunity for me to brag about all the amazing things that we have here at the college. So I just look forward to, continuing the dialogue with some of the folks that I had the opportunity to meet, and, just continue to be as effective as I can. I do want to congratulate all the new employees, and I want to thank the VPs for the amazing introductions. That was really neat to see their pictures and their backgrounds and everything. So congratulations to all of those folks who have recently been hired. I did want to mention that, when I was at the conference, there was one thing that stood out for me is folks were saying, oh, you're from College of the Desert. You have Dr. Garcia. And just people would rave about how amazing she is and her ability to lead and, everything that she has done, for the college that she came from, and just, her natural ability to lead. So I just wanted to, say thank you, Dr. Garcia, for, choosing to apply here. And I'm really happy that we were able to have you join the team. I heard amazing things about you just across the board from so many people. You're so well revered and loved in the community college, aspect. So I just, wanted to say that I'm just really happy that you're joining us here with this amazing team that we already have. And just, want to thank everyone, the, staff, faculty, CSEA, and, all of the instructors for making the return to campus possible. And, I'm really appreciative of the way that it's set up. I do understand that it looks a little prison-like, right? Things are shut down, but I think that it makes people feel comfortable that you walk in and you are, being screened. So, I think that's an important aspect too, because we do want everyone to feel welcome, but to feel safe as well. So I just want to thank everyone who is part of all the planning. I'm sure there's just tremendous amount of work that is going into ensuring that we're following all the protocols and that everyone is safe. And I just, want to say thank you to everyone who is, part of it, which I know is everyone. That concludes my report, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Yant, are you there?
Yes.
Morning, sir.
What an amazing group of new faculty and staff. And that indicates that our recruitment and hiring committees and personnel did a great job. So just a tremendous group of new people. I attended virtually, as did everyone this year, the Palm Springs Unified faculty community briefing. And they shared a great deal of useful information. So 2, 3, 4 facts I want to share from that meeting. Palm Springs Unified reports a 91% graduation rate and a 51% college going rate. They certainly demand our respect and for their hard work to do that. And some people, I think, have misunderstanding of who the Palm Springs Unified School District serves. And they've shared information to help people understand the actual population served. 97% of the students are socioeconomic disadvantaged, and 10% meet the current definition of homeless. So it was an extremely interesting and informative session, and I think people need to understand the work that Palm Springs Unified is doing in meeting the needs of that community, which may not actually be what people think it is. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Trustee Stefan?
Thank you. Like my colleagues, I also attended the conference last week. I had to go on a day early because I'm on one of the national committees, and I was fortunate enough to be appointed to a subcommittee that will be piloting and preparing and piloting a educational resource that will be done online for trustees throughout the United States, which is more than what we've had before. We've been able, in the past, if you missed a webinar, you may or may not be able to access it later. And this will enable people to have an interactive type of relationship with those educational services that are provided by the ACCT. The conference itself was wonderful. The topic was advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion. And many of the sessions were geared around not only reaching our students, all of our students, from whatever their cultural backgrounds are and their experiences, but also addressing all of their needs. And one of the best sessions that I have ever been to was put on by a little community college in Fremont, Fremont, New Mexico, and it was San Juan College, and they are opening this year a housing facility on campus. And I've shared the details with the president of the college because it is more than just the bricks and the mortar like we always hear about. They need housing, they need housing. This, the way that they have it planned and designed, it will be meeting all of the needs of the students because they will be, the first phase is a community of about 150 students that will be housed in this facility, but they will have access to all of the services from the campus, mentoring and tutoring, and food insecurities will also be addressed. Everything will be addressed so that the students will not be feeling like their needs aren't met. And it was just a phenomenal thing. I'm going to try to make a trip during the summer to New Mexico to be able to see what they're doing with the program. And they're supposed to have their grand opening in August. And unfortunately, I probably have to go back to work right when we have that. So I won't be able to attend that. Hopefully, I'll be able to zoom in on that. So hopefully, it's something that can be duplicated, but I know that they're more than willing to share that information with colleges, and it might be something that we can duplicate or at least utilize some of the information that they were able to share here when we do develop housing for our students, because that is such a need for our students here. I'd like to congratulate all of our new family members, and I call you family members because you're at COD, your family team, and all of the ones that were introduced. I want to thank our vice presidents for doing such an admirable job of introducing them, and I know that was so taxing to be able to introduce so many well-deserved individuals. I want to thank all of our faculty and all of our staff and all of our classified individuals for all of their hard work this fall. Because, as you know, I'm in education and I teach in a classroom. I'm also challenged on a day-to-day basis with the needs of not only the students, but also trying to meet all of those COVID-19 restrictions and all of the things that we have to do, mandates that we have to adhere to, so that we can ensure the safety of everyone. So I really appreciate all the hard work you're doing, not only for your students and trying to get them back into the classroom and try to help them as much as possible, but having to meet all of those extra things that are out there. This last month was also the Paint El Casino Pink, and I just wanted to share, I did go in that walk with my dog, and we were totally pink. And if you ever want to see the picture, I'll share it with you. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Perez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning, everyone. Happy to see everyone here in person for the first time in months. Thank you to the Safety Committee, as well as all of our staff, faculty, and admin for making it happen. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Armando. And thank you, Casey. And what a beautiful room that we're in. Thank you to all who are involved in this project. I just wish that Michael Hadley was here to witness it. I also want to wish everybody a happy Undocu Action Week. It's great that our college stands and supports our undocumented population. Over the past month, I have attended several of the USC Equity Institute workshops, and these have been really neat for our employees to have a safe space for discussion on how to improve on our core values. The conversations are robust, thought-provoking, and engaging. However, it seems that the consensus is that we still need to hire more diverse set of staff and employees that better reflects our community. And so we still have some work to do, trustees. However, I was very excited to see the new diverse set of employees that we just hired. So congratulations to everyone. A very big congratulations to our very own Dr. Neary for being awarded as the Administrator of the Year by the California Association for Post-Secondary Education and Disability. We're very lucky to have you, Dr. Neary. Thank you for all your good efforts and everything that you do. Two big bills were signed by Governor Gavin Newsom over the past few weeks, AB 928 and AB 111, in order to streamline the transfer process. I know that these were opposed by the California Community Colleges Academic Senate. So it's important for us to find out how this will impact us here at COD. I'm going to ask staff for a report if we can get what this impact may look like for us. Thank you to everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I was a little nervous this morning because I wasn't sure how many people to expect and if my suits are going to fit, but we're good. I'm happy to be here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. Okay, I too attended the ACCT conference in San Diego, and I kind of shadowed our newest trustee, Trustee Gonzalez, a little bit. This was her first conference. And I also agree with you, many people also came up to me and congratulated College of the Desert on our new hire, Dr. Garcia. Also want to welcome all new employees. What a wonderful it was to hear all these names. And so it's just great to have these new folks on board. Glad to be back on campus. Thanks to all who made it possible. This building is beautiful. This is a great layout. Thank you all so much for making this work. Finally, it is October. There is lawn scalping going on. And unfortunately, the Moderna vaccine doesn't cover grass allergies. So you're going to hear me cough every once in a while, and I apologize. I am taking some lozenges, but I'm also wearing my mask. So that concludes my report. At this time, President Garcia, it's your turn.
Thank you. We will proceed with a presentation in a few seconds. Good morning, Madam Chair, trustees, and everyone joining us. I would like to start by once again thanking everyone that ensured that today was possible. Everyone that contributed for us to be prepared to hold the first in-person or hybrid board meeting in probably almost 2 years. So I'm extremely thankful. It took tremendous work. And I also want to congratulate once again and welcome our new employees. So I would, if we could proceed to the next slide, I would like to also congratulate Dr. Neary for being honored as the California Association for Post-Secondary Education and Disability Administrator of the Year. This recognition essentially emphasizes and honors the contribution of an administrator who acknowledges the college's responsibility for the education of all learners and who has consistently supported the Disability Services Office as a vital program to the success of students. Dr. Neary, you're an advocate. Students know it. Obviously, other administrators across the state and students know that, and you very much deserve this recognition. We congratulate you. Next slide. I would like to share with all of you that we held 3 amazing welcome back events for our team members. The first one occurred at Palm Desert, the Palm Desert site on October 4th. The second event at the India site on October 6th. And the third event at the Palm Springs site on October 7th. It was a tremendous pleasure to be able to engage with our amazing team members, and frankly, it was an enjoyable time. If we could proceed to the next few slides to share some of the pictures. Thank you. I just want to comment. Obviously, it's evident that one of the pictures is with our students. And I requested that once these students are ready to showcase the project that they're working on in their class, that they come and present to the board. And this was at the Palm Springs site. It was incredible to be able to engage with them and learn about what they're doing. And this is obviously related to our film production program. So very, very fortunate. Next slide. I would like to share that obviously the HR team and Casey and Armando were essential in helping us coordinate these events. So special thanks to all of you. Next slide. Great news, we were awarded a federal talent search grant in the amount of $1,386,870 to assist low-income first-generation students and students with disabilities to succeed and graduate from college. This is the second time that COD has been awarded this grant. So thank you to everyone who worked on it. Next slide. This slide showcases some of the activities that I participated in since our last board meeting. It is not a reflection of all activities, but it is a synopsis of some of the events and activities that I participated in. I will highlight a few of them. I presented on diversity, equity, and inclusion panel to an administration 201 cohort. On October 4th, I attended a meeting with Mecca community members in Mecca. And as stated by the trustees, I also had the privilege of attending the ACCT conference in San Diego and had the opportunity to engage with our trustees and many other colleagues across the country. And I will conclude by sharing that our women's soccer team is doing great. I had the opportunity to attend their game on site with against San Bernardino College, and they were victorious. We are victorious, and I'm just really proud of them. That concludes my report. Thank you. And there is one more presentation that will be presented under the president's report. And this is one of the presentations that's included under the study session. So at this time, I would like to ask Dr. Daniel Martinez, Director of Institutional Research, Dr. Jessica Enders, Interim Director of Institutional Advancement, and John Vermont, Vice President of Administrative Services, to join me in sharing the enrollment update campaign and strategies presentation. Next slide. And this is specifically correlated to one of the fall 2021 priorities that the board had for me. And this priority is to ensure that I keep the board informed regarding the decline of FTS and work with the district team to implement strategies that will enhance enrollment. Next slide. And now we will have Dr. Daniel Martinez present some information.
Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning. Madam Chair, Board of Trustees members, Dr. Garcia, Executive Cabinet, and esteemed guests. Thank you for the opportunity to present information regarding enrollments, headcounts, and FTS at COD from 2009 to 2021. It is probably helpful to describe what each of these terms means. Headcount is a count of individual students. Enrollment is a count of the classes an individual student takes. So if one student takes one class, then the headcount is 1, and enrollment is 1. If another student takes 3 classes, the headcount is 1, and enrollment is 3. FTES stands for full-time equivalent students. It's a way of counting both full-time and part-time students as though they were all full-time students. It is the primary way that the college gets apportionment from the state. Next slide. This first chart shows the annual enrollment at COD from the 2009 to 2010 academic year to the 2020-2021 academic year. Our lowest enrollment was in 2013-14. Next slide. In 2020-21, enrollments dropped by 8%. There's an 8%, yeah, right where that picture was. The next slide, please. There it is. There's enrollments dropped by 8% compared to the 2019-20 academic year. Next slide. This chart shows the annual headcount at COD. In 2020-21, it was the second lowest headcount since 2009-2010. Next slide. And it represents a drop of 24%, excuse me, from the previous year. Next slide, please. There it is, 24%. And now the next slide. This chart shows the extraordinary growth in FTS since 2009-2010. The pandemic caused a significant drop in FTS in 2020-21. Next slide. Which was 21% lower than the 2019-2020 year. Next slide. Next slide. This slide combines all 3 measures by year to show how they relate to each other. A lot of information. It's something you may want to peruse a little bit later. Next slide, please. The next few slides focus on fall semesters only, including the current semester. However, it's not an apples-to-apples comparison because there's no information for positive attendance courses and non-credit courses. Next slide. In fall 2021 at census, all enrollments were lower than fall 2020 when we experienced the malware attack. Next slide. A drop of 7% from last fall. Next slide. There's some good news. The number of students attending COD in fall 2021 increased from the previous fall semester. Next slide. An increase of 16%. Next slide. In fall 2021, our FTS were lower than the previous fall. Next slide. A drop of 11%. This snapshot was taken in the second week of the fall term and does not account for positive attendance courses, non-credit courses, or late start courses. Next slide. This chart shows headcount enrollment in FTS for fall semesters between 2009 and 2021. Next slide, please. This chart shows the educational attainment of adults 25 years or older by city in the Coachella Valley. COD has an important role to play in the economic future in the Valley. Next slide. To better understand the needs and concerns of our students, the Office of Institutional Research conducted a survey in September 2021. The survey was sent to anybody who had interacted with COD between fall 2019 through spring 2022, including future students. The number of responses was much higher than what we usually receive, at 1,359. Next slide, please. The majority of respondents said they plan to continue at COD in spring 2022. Next slide. Respondents were asked how they preferred to take courses, in person, remotely, or some combination of the two. Almost 45% preferred a mix of in-person and remote instruction, followed by another 40% preferring remote instruction. Only 16% preferred in-person instruction. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. When asked about what would discourage students from returning to campus, the top two reasons were about the health for themselves or for someone close to them. About half of the respondents indicated that their work schedule might be an issue, and a little more than a third said they preferred online instruction. Next slide, please. Digging deeper into concerns about returning to campus, respondents were more willing to come back if COVID precautions are in place, such as wearing a mask, social distancing, and other safeguards, as well as local cases remaining low. It's interesting to note the respondents were evenly split regarding a requirement to be vaccinated. That's the second from the bottom slide, 39.5%. Next slide, please. Thank you. Finally, the majority of respondents were extremely or very confident the COD will protect students from COVID, and another 30% were somewhat confident. Only 7% of respondents say they were not confident that COD would protect students. And that concludes my portion of this report. Thank you.
Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning. How are you? Could I have the next slide, please? Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, Dr. Garcia, Executive Cabinet members, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you our enrollment strategies and marketing efforts that we've had leading into the fall semester. So with that, we could go to the next slide. First, working collaboratively with a diverse group of faculty, staff, and leadership, we had brainstorming sessions in June and July regarding messaging that would tie into our Create Tomorrow theme. I want to thank Dr. Ternieri and Dean Phillips for their support and effort in bringing together folks who would help us spread our message in a variety of ways and locations. In these sessions, the groups determined that the information that resonated most with students was enroll now and inscribase hoy. Additionally, we used this as an opportunity to incorporate our Caring Campus theme to ensure our potential returning and current students are aware of all of the vast support services available. And we wanted to reinforce our message that College of the Desert is here for you and we care. Can I have the next slide, please? After deciding upon an overall theme, we outlined our campaign strategy and focused to a target audience, so that it directly related to our student demographics and population, which included local high school students, students looking to return to finish their degree, family members of our students, and those looking just to refresh their skills. We used a multifaceted mixed media and multilingual approach and placed the bulk of our efforts into production around mid-July, and will run everything through late spring. We also recognize the need to continuously update our ad content throughout the campaign to ensure it aligns with our current application cycles. So we started with Apply Now, then moved into Late Start courses, And now we have our campaign of It's Never Too Early to Apply as we approach spring and winter. Our primary media modes include, if I could have the next slide, please. Our primary media modes include print, billboards, radio, digital, and a variety of social media platforms from Twitch to Facebook, television, transportation, and movie theaters. We're all over the place, and we're running the majority of our ads in both English and Spanish. But in addition to traditional advertising methods, I again want to thank Dean Phillips and the outreach team for their efforts as we printed nearly 10,000 flyers and door hangers and distributed through a grassroots effort throughout the community. And now for this next slide, I'd like to provide an example of one of our rotating TV and movie theater ads currently in production.
During the pandemic, I was the only one in my family considered an essential worker. COD was the best option for me because of the pledge program and the 2 years of free tuition that they offer. COD has helped me fulfill my dream in becoming an athletic trainer. I'm extremely grateful for COD and the pledge program because it allows me to pursue my educational dreams. Enroll today to create your tomorrow.
And on this next slide, I want to share with you examples of our East Valley billboards. One is a rotating and one is a permanent. We also have several billboards throughout the West Valley and Mid Valley locations. And next will be our church bulletins. This is something that's relatively new for the college, and we are in about 17 different weekly church bulletins throughout the valley. And the next slide, again, kind of with our theme of being everywhere, we're also in our local transit, Sunline transit areas. So we have ads inside the bus shelters as well as inside the bus. And as you may have seen driving up and down 111, we do have the full bus wrap as well. And next for our English and Spanish door hangers and flyers, here are examples of the double-sided flyers and door hangers that were distributed through our grassroots efforts, and we are continuing those. On our next one, in addition to traditional marketing efforts, it was important to have a personal touch. And so we connected with students who had stopped attending College of the Desert, who were enrolled for at least one class at one point throughout the pandemic. And what's important about this phone call effort is that it was conducted by our counselors. So we looked at the individuals that have experience in career, academic, and personal counseling to ensure they could connect students with the appropriate resources and help them get back into College of the Desert. Our next piece we ran through was our digital advertising, and here are some examples in both English and Spanish of the variety of sizes that we have available. And through this digital campaign, we've had more than 1.4 million impressions. Have the next slide, please. More than 1.4 million impressions, which has been a very successful campaign thus far, and we are looking to continue to ramp that up for the spring semester. As far as radio advertisements, if I could slip to the next, thank you. We have several radio scripts in production, and this is an example of our latest one in which we're encouraging folks to apply now so that they're ready to register, and we will transition our messaging in December around registering as opposed to simply applying. And coming soon, we're very excited for our new castle banners. I'm sure as you came into campus today. And if I may have the next slide, please. Thank you. We know if you've noticed they're a little bit faded. It was time for an update. And so we've been able to connect students with our services. And so those should be coming online hopefully by next week. And then also coming soon at our Indio campus, we have our window clings that we're updating. We want to make sure students understand that we are open and available for services, not just online, but we actually have resumed services in person. So we want to make sure to connect them. And lastly, moving beyond advertisements, another enrollment strategy that thanks to Katie Chartier and her team, they were able to launch the Pledge to Complete program. Pledge to Complete provides students with free tuition and fees to assist in the completion of their educational goals at College of the Desert. Students who reside in the Coachella Valley and have previously earned 30 units or more at COD, have not completed a degree or certificate, or have 45 degree units or more from any regionally accredited institution, and have not completed a degree or certificate are eligible to participate in this program. And so for spring of 2021, we were able to capture 114 students. And so we're looking forward to continuing that effort as well. And with that, that concludes my report for marketing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And the next one. So I'd like to provide a clarifying point to the trustees and those joining us. The presentation from Dr. Martinez specifically focused on credit. As you have seen in the past, our estimated total decline is over 31% because that includes non-credit courses. So estimated total decline is about 31%. However, the focus today was on credit, FTS, and but it is enlightening to see that our headcount has increased. And we hope with these strategies, next slide, that we continue to see an increase not only in headcount enrollment, but also in FTS. I would like to convey that we have set an ambitious goal to increase 10% enrollment by August 2022, and would like to thank Dr. Neri and everyone who are creating, helping create a schedule that aims to achieve that. In addition to that, the goal is that these strategies will help with achieving that goal. So under the College Planning Council, we have created the Strategic Outreach and Enrollment Task Force, and this task force will collaborate with the Enrollment Management Committee. And the goal is to enhance student recruitment, persistence, and enrollment, because it's important that obviously we continue to recruit for those students that we have enrolled, that we do everything that we can so that they continue to persist. And obviously that we enhance our enrollment, as the decline that we have experienced is tremendously serious. We are aiming to also expand the pledge program, which means that additional students will have access, and we will communicate this clearly. Enhance our partnerships with K-12 districts, and enhance technology infrastructure to ensure students have access to connectivity, because we will continue to rely on technology. It is important that we are candid with each other that although we're trying to enhance in-person or hybrid instruction and services, that some courses will continue to be offered completely online, and that some of the services will continue to be offered online, because we've recognized through the pandemic that for some students, these services have been effective, especially those that rely on public transportation. So therefore, I would like to now transition the final slides of the presentation to VP Ramot, and they focus on enhancing the technology infrastructure.
Good morning again. I want to talk about our high-speed broadband initiative, because when the college transitioned to online instruction, if you can't get online, you can't receive instruction. And so that's been such a huge key. And we've been looking at so many ways to try to give access. We've opened up our parking lots and added Wi-Fi out there. We have distributed dozens, if not hundreds, of Wi-Fi devices to students at no cost. And those have been great, but those are reliant on a network that in a lot of the communities that already struggle, they just don't work very well because the signals are weak and they can't get the bandwidth. And so if you can't do that, as many of you know who have good, reliable internet, sometimes Zoom can be a challenge even with the best network. And so to be able to stay on Zoom, to be able to watch videos, instructional videos, and to be able to access resources, we have to do a better job at addressing, or we lock out a significant portion of our students. So the proposal that we have is, that we've talked about, is adding in a wireless network and adding onto a private LTE wireless network that is already built out throughout the central and western Coachella Valley, as well as Morongo, Yucca Valley, and Joshua Tree. And what we're looking to do is add on to that existing network so that we have coverage all the way out the East Valley to all of the communities that we serve, including North Shore, Mecca Thermal, Oasis, the Salton City, and all of the areas from Coachella South, really. And so we're looking to do that in those really unserved areas. And what that would allow us to do is provide very reliable, fast, and free internet service to our students in our community. So next slide, please. And what that project looks like is that what's missing right now from that network are the communities of South Coachella all the way out to the tip of Salton City, as well as North Shore, all of the other Oasis, Mecca Thermal. These new towers would extend that coverage. And then also it would add wireless modems for up to 2,000 students. And beyond, that could be added on to as well. Next slide, please. So the way that the project would be structured is in a contract in 2 phases. One is the expansion of the network by working with the vendor to build out that private network that's already existing in the other areas. And then the other pieces for the equipment that we would have issued out to students. And that entire project is funded through the federal COVID relief dollars that we have. And that's all I have for you.
Thank you very much to all the presenters. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 8, which is the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So move, Trustee Stefan.
Is there a second? I will second. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, if I may, I would like to pull under consent 11.2, number 7.
I'm sorry, which item?
Number 7.
Number 7, okay. Is there anyone else?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 11.07.
Okay, so we have items number 7 and 11.07. Any other items?
Madam Chair. Over here. Sorry, just for clarification, I thought it was 11.2, item 7. Is that correct? Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes, number 7, the Pacific Lightweight.
So it's item 11.02, number 7 on that.
I'm sorry, Carlos, would you repeat the item again? 11.02.
It's approval of contracts, agreements, amendments.
Okay, so you have both 11.02 and 11.07. Are there any other items? Okay, hearing none, then Carlos, clarification, do we go ahead and approve the rest of the agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, would you help me with the wording on that again?
Yes, absolutely. Are there any objections to approving the consent agenda without 11.02 and 11.07?
Okay, are there any objections to approving the agenda minus the items 11.02 and 11.07? Okay, do we need a roll call vote since we are Zooming?
Yeah, that's a great idea. I apologize.
Roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Olson,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Trustee Yant,
Yes.
Trustee Stefan,
Aye.
Trustee Perez,
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carries
Okay. So from there, we will move on to the next item, action agenda. So items pulled from consent agenda for separate discussion and consideration. Do I have a motion to approve agenda item 11.02 as presented or amended? Okay, I will make the motion. Is there a second?
Second, Pres.
Okay. With that, I'm sorry, who pulled? Trustee Gonzalez, did you pull that out?
I did, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I just have a follow-up question. I appreciate, John, that you gave us a brief. If you recall, Madam Chair, this item was pulled a few meetings ago, I think, by Trustee John. And I recall he and I having some issues, but of course I can only speak for myself at this point. I'm just struggling a bit with, I know that I had asked if it would be possible for John or VP Ramon to meet with our neighboring districts, our COE. I know CVAC is also involved in, the internet process and the funding that is being received. I also understand that we're under a little bit of a tight deadline. My main concern with this again is how are we partnering? How are we maximizing our resources? How are we ensuring that our students are going to be able to connect across the valley? Of course, there's no secret. We all know that, in the southeast end of the valley, the connectivity is not, great. I notice here that it says that they're going to have access to high-speed internet. And, if someone wants to entertain what the internet speed is, I would like to hear that, because I am very well aware that anything that requires videos or anything of that nature does not work out in that area. And again, I do want our COD students to be able to connect. I want them to be successful. I want them to be able to have access to online, but I also can't discount my responsibility being a trustee and our fiduciary responsibility in ensuring that we are making an investment that is going to really support our students versus just investing in a company that's looking to expand in the area that does not currently have connectivity. And that's my concern is I don't think it's, a good idea for us to invest into a company that's looking to expand. I continue to be concerned that I think we can do a better job at maximizing resources by working with, our COE, Palm Springs Unified, Desert Sands. I know they each have a different plan for how they're going about expanding access in a lot of the areas that currently do not have access to the internet. So I continue to be concerned with, us making a more concerted effort. And I really didn't hear any information that wasn't presented the last time that this item was presented to us. I don't hear anything updated, anything new.
Madam Chair, may I address I may ask VP Ramon to add to the comments. So the item that's included is to purchase devices, not to pay for the towers. That item would come to the board at a later meeting. And the reason why is because I've requested that VP Ramon and his team meet with the other districts to have a discussion of the services and obviously maximizing services for students across the Coachella Valley. So this item specifically is to purchase devices. Would you like to add anything? And I don't know if you recall the specific speed. VP Ramon. And can you elaborate on the devices that would be purchased if the board took action on this item?
We won't actually acquire the devices, and well, we can begin acquiring devices in small quantities to access the network that already exists, that essentially is in from about central Coachella and then again up to the Joshua Tree area. That's the existing network that's there. And that network was put into place by Desert Sands Unified, as well as Morongo Unified.
I guess my concern continues to be that if we approve this, then in essence, we are approving the devices that are going to be utilized through this specific vendor, which again, I will just caution everyone, and I know from spending a lot of time in the community that the connectivity and the speeds are not, that you can't download any videos. And, anyone can take a drive out there to different areas and try to connect, and you'll see the speeds are not up to, what they should be, or even the minimum requirement for students to be able to, to utilize them. And that's my concern. I want our students, again, to have access. I want us to be able to provide this to them. But I just, as a board member, I just feel that it is also my responsibility, to ensure that if we are making an investment, especially we're looking at $745,000 for, hotspots, if you will, that are not going to be of any use to our students. They still don't have the speeds to be able to log into Zoom or watch videos or whatnot. That remains my concern.
Any other comments? Dr. Garcia, where do we go from here?
Well, you, Madam Chair, provide direction if you would like to table this item or if you would like to take action.
Trustee Perez, this is kind of your area as well. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see Trustee Gonzalez's concerns. And I think they're very, very well taken and very, very great points, definitely. My question is, if we approve this item, would this, is this essentially to start those conversations with the other districts? And then I guess the money that we're using, those $750,000, $745,000, is that specifically being used for modems, hotspots, and all that stuff? Because if it is, then Trustees Gonzalez's points are true in the sense that we've done that in the past for our students, and their students still struggle to connect. So if that's the case, then I don't know if it's necessarily best for us to move forward. But if this is an item that we need to approve in order for us to be able to take the next steps that are required in order for us to partner up with the other districts in the area, then if you could just clarify that for us.
Yeah, and I want to clarify that, we've had ongoing discussions with agencies all along. And, each agency is trying to meet the needs of their students in the best way possible. When the pandemic hit and we started issuing modems, and we knew that just the Wi-Fi hotspots, the frequencies that those run on, they're a little bit challenging because the speeds are just not there. So for us, the next level are these dedicated LTE networks that have a much higher speed put through. And again, we didn't get into the technicalities here, but we can, bring back some more information as to some of the differences. Some of the concerns that we've had is that, we've had discussions with Coachella Valley Unified. They're building their own network and purchasing their own equipment and deploying their own network. They also are operating on a frequency that by definition meets the term broadband, but our concern is that those frequencies, the way that they operate, are not fast enough to be able to meet the needs of our students with the higher level things that they need, especially on some of the instructional videos and some of the other things that they're accessing. So this one has, it connects more reliably. It doesn't bunch up as much as others. And that's part of what we're looking at. We're trying to find the most robust solution that we have, because the best thing would be is if we could get wire out there. And that just hasn't happened. And everybody's been working on that for a long time. And I know that Israel out there at CV Unified has been working with Imperial County Office of Education as well as CNIC and other providers to try and get it there. And we are in discussions with them that we would certainly look to join in to help if we could get that, because we see this also as an interim solution. Long term is wire, but we've been talking about that for years and years and years, and we still see that as being many years out there, even though there's new new funding coming and those sort of things. But it's a ways off, and right now our immediate need with our students is because of the pandemic and the amount of courses that are only available online. And and right now we have the HER funding available that expires this spring. And so that's why there's some urgency on us to be able to get things deployed. Because again, out of all the solutions out there, and we've been looking at this for years and years, we started deploying Wi-Fi hotspots many years ago, but it was ones and twos out there. But when we had to pivot online, then all of a sudden it's dozens and hundreds. And again, this right now is the best service that's available at this time. And until there is direct wiring out in those unserved communities, it will be likely the best based on the bandwidth, the coverage, and the ability to put data out there.
Thank you. So I guess what you're saying is that we are having initial talks with different districts and municipalities on how we can come together and work together on this issue, but everybody else at the same time is doing their own thing, their own way to try to address it. So this would be our method as well.
Yeah, so to give you an example, CV Unified, they're using some emergency funds that are available through E-rate, which is federal funding through the Federal Communications Commission available to K-12 districts. We're not eligible for those funds, and that's why we're using HERF dollars. They have money that is more ongoing, and they've got a better time horizon on theirs as well. And again, so we're all looking to serve with the resources we have the best of our own, populations, and this will allow us to have complete coverage across our entire service area where there's any meaningful groups of students.
And I would like to add that to specifically answer your question, Vice Chair Pettis, as stated by VP Ramot, he met with Coachella Valley Unified representative, IT representative. It was clearly requested that before any additional contract related to this matter is presented to the board, that we have communication with the IT director from Palm Springs Unified and Desert Sands. But I also want to highlight, as he stated, this is the opportunity that we have to support our community with these HERF dollars, and we have obviously a deadline. I really believe that we could collaborate and continue to expand connectivity with Coachella Valley Unified and any other district, but we have an opportunity here as well. And I really believe we could help the entire community.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Garcia. Thank you, John, for the explanation.
Trustee Gonzalez, any comments?
Again, I'm going to continue to be concerned because the way, again, that I'm looking at it is, I understand that we're utilizing funding that's available and it's earmarked for this, but we're also investing that dollar into a company that's expanding, versus us taking a look at maybe other ways that it can happen. And if we were to approve this, and I would know in my mind and my heart that our students would be able to connect with these devices, I wouldn't even be having this conversation. But I know that we're going to invest money that some areas, yes, the hotspots or whatnot will help, but there's going to be a large area that is going to be disenfranchised. Because although Pacific Lightway does have some service and connectivity out in that area, it really is not up to par with what is, necessary. I'm not sure right now what the federal requirement is for the minimum broadband. I know that VP Vermont is not sure what the speeds are here. So, will it, in essence, help some of our students? Sure. In some of the areas that, have a little more accessibility, but I just want to, publicly state that that is my concern, is that I know that even with these devices going out or being deployed, we're still going to have a large population of students who will have them, may be able to connect to do homework, but they're not going to be able to watch videos, they're not going to be able to have connectivity to be able to remain on the Zoom for the duration of a course. So again, those are my concerns.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Trustee Young.
this is the same question that Trustee Gonzalez and I asked last month. And again, I just have to put this in simple language so I understand it. But Vice President Ramont, did you say in effect that the school district is putting out a system and that we're putting out a system? And so it's a simple-minded question. Again, why can't we cooperate?
Yes, they are putting out a system, but they're not over. If there's some duplication, it's perhaps that they're duplicating what we're trying to do, because again, we're looking for a valley-wide solution. They're going to be strictly within their bounds, and there's very strong limitations what they can do. For us to be able, we wouldn't be able to just join their network because they are being paid for out of the E-rate program in their emergency funds. And so that puts limitations on them, number one. But number two is that technically their system is designed to meet minimum broadband standards, but may not be robust enough for what we would need to do or be able to handle the traffic that we would need to be able to do. The frequencies that they operate on are not able to carry that kind of traffic. The reason we're looking to work with Pacific Lightwave is Pacific Lightwave is actually a utility, and they have frequencies that are not available to what they call the general citizens bands. And because of that, we're looking at something that, as it deploys out, will be something that's higher speed, more reliable, and better to connect with. So it's not just a simple matter of, hey, can we join in and help build things out? Theirs is a very different focus as well, because the first step of theirs is to get off of some of the cable that they have and look to deploying their wireless out to their school sites first, and then steadily move out to the neighborhood. So it's a multi-phase approach, where for us, what we're really trying to do is get devices into the hands of students so that they can continue their education.
Again, a simple-minded question. I can understand that their system would not make sense for us, but why wouldn't their use of our system have benefits for them?
And I can't answer that for them, because they would have the opportunity to do the same thing that we are. And so, again, I can't answer that for them, but it would be available to them.
Trustee Stefan, do you have any comments?
Okay. In your report with the use of the HERF funds, you said that it was going to add 5 wireless internet broadcast towers. Is that one of the things that is a part of this or not?
For the project itself, which is coming back, that will be coming back to you in the future for the build out of that. There's 2 pieces, the devices and then the build out and the finishing out of the network into the East Valley to provide signal, strong signal in areas that currently don't have it at all.
So right now, in other words, this is just the $745,525 that would be just for wireless modems.
Yeah, and what that would allow us to do is start deploying those in to students who do live in areas that do currently have the coverage on that network.
Or would it only affect 2,000 students? And how many?
Well, yeah, up to,
2,000.
we believe based on our initial deployments that what that does is it gives us access to 2,000. Initially, what we're looking at is a few hundred. The 2,000 really, that is looking at trying to deploy in those areas that currently don't have once we get the service up. It doesn't mean that we would automatically just be getting shipped 2,000 devices to sit in the warehouse. I know that the vendor has a few hundred in stock right now that they'd be able to deliver as soon as we can start moving on that.
Okay. And how many students do we need to service?
I don't have that answer. I'd have to get back to you on that one.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Since VP Vermont has mentioned that it will be coming back to us at the next meeting, I would maybe make a suggestion for us to table this and bring it all back together as one when it comes back to us in our next meeting, and possibly have some of the answers that Trustee Stefan has asked. How many students would this actually impact? And again, also because I do have an issue with the language that is on the agenda of it saying that students are going to be able to access high-speed internet, which is incorrect.
Carlos, how do we, what would be the wording for this? Because there's been a motion and a second. So do we amend the motion?
So yeah, you have a couple of options. My recommendation is that you ask if there are any objections for a motion to divide, and what that will do is allow you to pull number 7 out of 11.02 and be able to consider both of those items separately, and then move forward with the motion on adopting everything but 7. And then you would return to number 7 and then take a vote to either postpone or yes or no that item. And I'm happy to walk you through it.
And you expect me to say all that?
Yes, ma'am, and I know you can. I've seen you in action. I believe in you.
Okay, you're going to have to give me the wording again.
Yes, ma'am. So right now, the first thing you're going to do is ask if there are any objections to a motion to divide.
Is there any objection for a motion to divide? Okay, hearing none.
You've divided the motion, which means now you will consider item 7 separately from the rest of the items.
We will now consider item 7 separately from the rest of the items.
Right. And now you will move forward with a vote on the larger amount of items. So are there any, all those in favor of approving?
Okay, all those in favor of approving the remaining items, is that correct?
Ma'am?
And we'll need a roll call vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Student Trustee Olson,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Yant,
Yes.
Trustee Stefan,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, Carlos, so now the second part?
Now you've got item number 7. So you have discussions. You've heard the motion or a request to table, but you need an official motion. Correct, and would be postponed, not taken.
Yes, so would you be, Trustee Gonzalez, would you like to make that motion then to move the item to next month?
Exactly what you said. No, yes, I would motion that we table the item and include it. Could be a separate, but included in the agenda for our next meeting, where we will also be hearing more information.
And perhaps Dr. Garcia and staff, you can work with Trustee Gonzalez with regard to some of the concerns that she has expressed as part of that, and bring it back for next month.
Definitely.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Just second from Trustee Stefan. Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Who is that from?
Ireland.
Okay, there you are.
What if this postpone, what action would be taken in the next month if we approved it?
The action would be placed on the agenda for next month. That's correct.
But if we did approve it now, what would be done in the next month? What are we delaying?
Would you like me to answer that?
Yes.
So are you asking if the item would have been approved today, what would happen next month? Or
if we postpone it, what are we delaying?
both the contract to add additional towers and purchase devices. What was on this contract was a contract to purchase devices, and that was tabled. So they will not be purchased at the moment. Or obviously, and even if, I mean, to be candid with you, if I bring the item, it doesn't mean that the board will approve it. It takes a majority of a vote from the board to approve it.
We're taking another month to take a look at some of the concerns that were expressed today, some issues, and staff will work with Trustee Gonzalez. Bring it back next month.
Thank you.
Were we at roll call? I'm sorry.
Yes, the item on the table is to postpone this to the next meeting, so you can take a roll call now.
Okay.
Student trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Yant,
Yes.
trustee Stefan,
Yes.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Wilson,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Okay. We have now concluded those items and we'll now move on to action item number 14.
You still have the second item that was pulled, 11.07.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, is there a motion to approve action item 11.07?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the approval of the renting of the facilities in Coachella at the new Pueblo Viejo Villas. Very excited about this project and partnership that we are entering with the city. As you may or may not know, the Mecca campus we struggle with the Mecca campus because of the lack of sewer and water infrastructure. So in order for us to better serve our students, we need to find places where there is that infrastructure. And thankfully, Coachella has that infrastructure already built. We're still going to be finding different ways in order for us to serve our student population in Mecca and Termat. We haven't forgotten about you, but this is a way that we can ensure that we have our services in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Thank you so much for our staff for putting this together and for bringing it forward. Very excited.
Thank you, Vice Chair Perez. Are there any other comments? Okay, we have a motion and second on the floor. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Yant,
Yes.
trustee Stefan,
Yes.
trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you for your help, Carlos.
My pleasure.
We'll move on to item number 14, action. And this is 14.01, College of the Desert Alumni Association Articles of Incorporation and Bylaws. Do I have a motion to approve the College of the Desert Alumni Association Articles of Incorporation and Bylaws as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? I would like to say hallelujah. So thank you all for your work on this. It's been a long time, and I'm so happy to see this come forward. The changes in these articles of incorporation and bylaws are changes that have been much needed for a long time. And I so look forward to what will happen now once we approve that. And that is the street fair, among other items. So, Dr. Garcia, do you have any comments?
Very briefly, the major, you've seen several iterations of the changes and understand why those were necessary. The major changes since the last iteration that you reviewed were the number of directors and who specifically they are. So the number of directors under the current proposal are a minimum of 5 directors, 3 alumni, 1 administrator from College of the Desert, and 1 board of trustee. And if you approve the amended bylaws, I will work with our board chair in regards to the appointment of the board of trustee. And then the other major change is that the board chair and any officers who participate will be elected by the actual directors. So those are the major changes. I do want to state in regards to the number of directors, it's a minimum of 5 up to 11. And those are the major revisions since the last time you saw them.
Just to clarify, so there will be a trustee that will be on board of directors, correct?
Correct. And I will work with you, Madam Chair, in regards to that appointment.
Okay.
That recommendation from you and ultimately the appointment from me as the president.
Okay. Every year around December, we do have the rotation of officers, and with that comes the appointment to committees. So perhaps at that time, we could make sure that the Alumni Association is added to the list of trustee assignments.
That's
Okay.
fine. However, I just want to clarify that since this would be a recent appointment, we would wait till December 2022.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Olson,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Does this mean our street fair gets 2 of them? Oh, yay. A big yay.
trustee Yan,
Yes.
trustee Stefan,
Yes.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Wilson.
All right,
Motion carries unanimously.
very good. Moving on to item number 15, information. Dr. Garcia?
Yes, I will request that Dr. Enters provides a brief update.
And if I may have the presentation for redistricting. Redistricting, it should be a link right on the agenda. And while that's pulling up, I can give you a quick update. So as you know, from the previous board meeting, we had made a decision to form a citizens advisory committee for our redistricting efforts. And so I'm pleased to announce that we do have our website up and available, as well as our listing of our dates and times for when we will be hosting those meetings. The first one is actually going to take place tomorrow, and those meetings will be held via Zoom and until we expand to a time when we come back to you all when we're doing our joint meetings and doing our public hearing. And I will walk you through on the website. And so it should be the actually next item, I believe.
Miguel, not that one.
It's up above, I believe under 1501. And then there's a link on 1501 if you scroll down. Perfect, right there. Yep,
Thank you.
thank you very much. And if you could advance to the next slide. Thank you. And so we've made the update to our COD homepage to make sure that the information is available to our public. And so if you look on the icons we have in our main area, we have added a redistricting icon, which will take you directly to the redistricting page. Thank you to all the trustees for assigning your committee member. We appreciate that. And if Miguel, if you would mind clicking on the link on that screen, and we'll take them a quick run through of the website. Thank you. And so as you can see, we've been able to add our redistricting process on here. We want to make sure our goal is to provide the information to the public about how we are running through this process. If you could scroll down slightly. And so to the point to where we have our current maps that are available, so the public can see our current boundary lines as well as the area representatives for each of the trustees. And then if you continue to scroll down, you can also see the listing of our action plan and the accompanying dates. And as you can see on the October 22nd, if you highlight that, that will have our agenda available. And so it's easy for our public to locate. And then scrolling down further, they have information and we have our frequently asked questions. And Dr. Garcia, that concludes my update unless you have any questions.
Thank you.
Anything else?
And the other items are there for information, the approved return to campus proposals. Very thankful for all those, and administrative procedures related to sexual harassment, and obviously in order to meet requirements, mandates are there for your information as well.
Great. Are there any questions from the board related to these items? Okay, hearing none, this is an informational item. We'll now move on to number 16, study sessions, and 16.01, enrollment update, campaign, and strategies.
That one, Madam Chair, was presented during the president's report.
Okay. And then next item is 16.02, Public Safety Department.
At this time, I would like to ask Dr. Tim Nakamura, Director of Public Safety Department and Emergency Preparedness, to share this presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, trustees, President Garcia, and Executive Cabinet. I am here to give the safety update for public safety. And if we could go to the next slide. Since March of 2020, the Public Safety Department remains the only department in the district that has been on campus and fully operational during this entire pandemic since March of 2020, when it was just 2 weeks before we flattened the curve. I think everybody remembers that. And here we are a year and a half later. And again, we have serviced Palm Desert, Indio, Palm Springs, Mecca campuses. In order to do that, we've patrolled and safeguarded the district properties, protected the Palm Desert campus during even citywide protest or city protests, excuse me, on June 1st, 2020. And that was when law enforcement was forced to use crowd control tactics right off of San Pablo, just right next to the campus. And we were here for that. Next slide. We've received requests such as flushing toilets and running sinks to prevent any kind of organic growth in the pipes. And we have done that willingly to ensure that there's smooth operation when everybody comes back. But this is, again, something that we've done through the course of the entire pandemic, including watering plants in classrooms and offices. And of course, the one that the guys never let me forget, feeding fish and everything in between. And again, it's been an interesting year and a half. Next slide. We have secured the campus with barricades, which unfortunately were needed at the time, and assisted with the check-in process and implemented methods for safe and timely and even traffic flow
once the campus was reopened just recently. Unfortunately, there are times where traffic does get a little backed up, but we have been doing what we can in order to facilitate the flow, as well as ensuring that everybody is remaining safe and doing the SWAY app and doing the proper check-in to come onto campus. Slide, please. Helping to promote the messaging of the community on behalf of the district to include promoting compliance with public health orders by delivering and issuing masks and cleaning supplies during the first half of the pandemic. Again, since we were the lone department that was on campus, we took it upon ourselves to assist in any way we could, and whether that was delivering masks and hand sanitizer and so forth in that first portion of the pandemic. Next slide, please. So the department has taken it upon itself the responsibility to introduce and increase preparedness through trainings as well. Again, with no one on the district properties, some of the officers were trying to, again, keep sharp and keep up to date in what their training platforms are, and officers were reviewing fire safety protocols, completing inventory on the current lockdown buckets and the location of those lockdown buckets, inventory of the barricades, the location of those barricades, our radio equipment, and other equipment district-wide. So it gave us the time to kind of reflect and look back on things that we sometimes don't get a chance to update, and this, so far, this pandemic has allowed for that. We also went ahead and introduced some of the FEMA pandemic training, as well as FERPA training for privacy and student privacy. Additionally, sexual harassment training, ALICE training, and if you don't know it, today is 10/21. It's the day of the Great Shakeout. We did not participate due to the pandemic, but we do have information and resources on our public safety website, and that was at 10/21 today. If anybody felt anything moving, that was the Great Shakeout that we had. Next slide, please. What we're currently working on is updating the communications district-wide in response to the ongoing communication needs during the pandemic that we realized and beyond. And at the current time, we are finalizing the equipment needed and the requirements for vendor bids and services in order to facilitate this. Next slide, please. So we continue to communicate to combat any kind of disinformation about COVID-19 and raise awareness of potential virus-related scam efforts like bogus testing sites. And some of those sites are created so that they can scam you from your personal information. And that's something that we have talked about within the department to make sure that the officers themselves are aware as the testing kind of continues on. We are highlighting the effective practices and communicating guidance from the CDC, as well as the World Health Organization on updates as they are offered as well. And that concludes the update that I have for the Public Safety Department.
Are there any questions?
Just thank you, Tim, to you and your team for all the good work that you have done throughout the pandemic.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I have one question for you. And thank you so much again for all that you and your team have done. So I know you mentioned that you were going to be updating equipment, communication equipment. Could you elaborate just a little more on that?
That communication equipment has to do with our radio communication systems. The systems are starting to get antiquated as far as our handheld radios are concerned, and we wanted to basically be able to have the ability to communicate district-wide. Right now, as it sits, we are able to communicate with each other, but that's per campus. So the Indio campus can only speak to people in the Indio campus. Palm Desert can only speak to Palm Desert, and if we need to communicate, we have to do that in different manners.
So then the investment will bridge that gap there. So
Yes.
we'll be able to communicate. That's great news. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Your comments? Dr. Garcia?
And Dr. Nakamura will also present on the Clary report, and that is item 16.03. If we could proceed with the presentation.
Okay, I didn't know if it was going to be coming up. For the annual security report, we are doing it for 2020. We're always a year behind whenever we do that. So everything that I'm going to be reporting on will be with regards to the year 2020. Unfortunately, this pandemic has brought a lot of negative things, but in regards to the annual security report, the numbers have shown that because there was no one around, our numbers did drop dramatically. The annual, next slide, please. Okay, so the annual security report, for those of you that don't know what that is, it's known as the Jean Clary Act of 1990. Unfortunately, this student, Jean Clary, was murdered in her dorm room at Lehigh University in Pennsylvania back in 1986. And she was supposed to go back home for the weekend. She never showed. Her parents got concerned and contacted the school, and unfortunately found that she had been raped and murdered in her dorm room. Since then, her parents moved forward with politicians in order to create this Act of 1990, which is involving crime reporting for colleges and universities. And we go to the next slide. So any higher education institution that participates in federal funding must participate in annual reporting by compiling campus crime statistics. And those statistics include murder, rape, arson, aggravated assault, weapons, drugs, and liquor law violations, hate crimes associated with violent crimes, crimes committed specifically in residential halls, which we don't have to worry about since we don't have residential halls, the Violence Against Women's Act of 1984, as well as unfounded crimes. Next slide, please. So for our annual security report for 2020, burglaries on district properties went up at the West Valley campus as well as Mecca Thermal campus by one additional incident. And there was a decline on the closed Palm Desert campus and East Valley campus sites as well. Next slide. There was one drug law arrest of a student that was on the Palm Desert campus during 2020. That was fairly a significant amount of a drug law of a drug that was there to be there with an intent to distribute, but did not happen. And this is a rare occurrence. Again, it didn't happen thanks to the diligence of our public safety officers here on campus. There was, next slide, please. The other relevant changes in 2020 statistics for the thefts and destruction of property were on Palm Desert, East Valley, and West Valley campuses. That continued to show a decline as well. And the Mecca Thermal campus did not have any change in the incident and the number of incidents, and most of those thefts were cell phones left on charging stations and vandalism and graffiti on district property. And that concludes my annual security report for 2020.
Are there any questions, comments? Thank you very much, Tim. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 17, which is future agenda items. Student Trustee Olson?
I don't have any at this time, thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, in seeing the presentation that Dr. Martinez, I believe, when he was looking at enrollment, could we see updated census information so that we can see our population? I know we have a lot of projects that we're looking at, and I think it would be great to take a look at growth, where our growth is. It's pretty clear from that graph, but I'm just curious to see if we can get more information on that. And if possible, the only thing that I think I haven't requested or seen yet is audit reports. So if we can get other reports, say for the past 3 years, if possible, just for us to review. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Young?
Yes, this may be a little out of place, but I just continue to think about the item that we tabled. And as we're getting more information on that, could we also learn if any of the suppliers for that project are sole source or competitive bids?
Anything else, Trustee Young?
No.
Trustee Stefan?
Okay. First off, I'd like to have an update on our international studies, how we're addressing the needs of those students and how that's going. Also, we have the large telescope in the East Valley and Mechathermal campus and how we're utilizing that, if we are utilizing it, or maybe ways that we might be able to utilize it. Also, with if we can have the athletic department and kinesiology report on classes and sports activities and how the coming back to campus and the new normal is looking for them and how that's working out. That's all.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It may be a little early, but I'd like to see a study or a report of what AB 928 and AB 111 will potential impacts for our students and on campus here.
And for myself, I'd like to see a review of the strategic plan. And I know we're going to be working on a board retreat soon for Dr. Garcia's goals. Okay, moving on to item number 18, closed session. We will adjourn today's meeting in memory of John Marmon, who passed away October 6th at the age of 81. Mr. Marmon was a former trustee from 2006 to 2013, as well as an icon on the College of the Desert campus, where he served as an esteemed coach and faculty member from 1969 to 2002. John Marmon touched many lives and elevated the college's sports and academic programs through his service. I will highlight a few of his contributions to College of the Desert. He coached 10 different Roadrunners sports and was the head coach for almost every one of them. He led the Roadrunners football team to a Southern California Bowl win in 1986 and finished the season as the 12th ranked team in the nation. He established many women's athletic programs at the college. He was the second athletic director in the college's history, a position he held for 26 years. He proudly represented Area 4 of the Desert Community College District. He served on the board of the College of the Desert Foundation and as board president of the CODA Alumni Association. John Marmon left a legacy at the college and on its faculty, staff, and students and community. A celebration of life will be held Thursday, October 21st from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Classic Club, 75200 Classic Club Boulevard in Palm Desert. At this time, we would like to take a moment of silence in remembrance of John. Thank you. I have one more announcement before we go into closed session. I need to state the following. In an abundance of caution and to avoid any appearance of impropriety, I would like to state for the record that I will be abstaining from participating in the closed session item discussion related to the property located in the city of Coachella at 6th Street between Tripoli Way and Dade Avenue. Specifically, my son-in-law is a real estate broker with Wilson Meek Commercial Real Estate, the brokerage firm representing the seller with this property. Thank you. The board will now recess to closed session. The live portion of this meeting will conclude. Should there be any reportable action, I will report it to the board secretary, which will get incorporated into the meeting minutes and posted before the end of business day. Board members and President Garcia, let's see, what time is it now? 12:30. I ask that you please join me in closed session at 12:35. Thank you all for attending. Thank you all so much. Have a great day.
The previous owners left in a hurry, so the house comes with everything you see. Follow me.
Might be over my troubles. Yeah, they've been there for so long now. Suddenly I think of tomorrow. Yeah, since you came around. I feel like the only one who found out the reason why. Just lonely, but be over my troubles. They've been there for so long now. So it's over. Suddenly I think of tomorrow. Yeah, since you came around. Yeah. I feel like the only one who found out the reason why. I was just lonely. But since you came around, all I see is tomorrow. Sometimes I can feel it coming, like a moving tide. Yeah. I pack my things and start running, 'cause I can face it on my own. But when you're by my side, I feel stronger. No need to run, no need to hide with you. Made up my mind. It is you that I will follow. 'Cause it is our time, yeah. And I won't wait till tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. Oh. I won't wait till tomorrow. The rain is like never ending. Oh, it's a moody sight. But your eyes make me forget it. Oh, 'cause they light up the sky. 'Cause when you're by my side, I feel stronger. No need to run, no need to hide, 'cause I made up my mind. It is you that I will follow. 'Cause it is our time, yeah. And I won't wait till tomorrow. Ooh, yeah. I can't wait till tomorrow. No, wanna be by your side. No need to run or hide when I'm with you. Let me go for one day. Let me lose myself again. Give me something for the pain. Always trying to pretend that I'm not living just a lie. Broken heart and shattered lives. Let me go for one day. Let me lose myself. Oh, I knew how this would end. Oh, I knew as I go for the gold. I never thought you were easy prey. I just knew I was sold. You probably knew all along what my intentions were. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, baby. I want no lines to be blurred, 'cause I can see the light of lust shining, baby, from behind those bedroom eyes. And when I see the light of lust shining, don't you know that I just wanna hear you sigh? Here we are, back at your place. You put on Marvin Gaye. Oh, won't you come a little closer, baby? Tonight's gonna go our way. Yes, I can see the light of lust shining, baby, from behind those bedroom eyes. And when I see the light of lust shining, don't you know that I just wanna hear you sigh? How many wonderful things can really happen in the course of one night? As if the darkness grew wings and just took off and flight. Oh, I can see the light of lust shining, baby, from behind those bedroom eyes. And when I see that light of lust shining, don't you know that I just wanna hear you sigh? Don't you know that I just wanna hear you sigh? Don't you know that I just wanna hear you sigh?
I see you watching me when we're with our friends. It's definitely something in the air. So let's take it from there, 'cause I know you want it. Afraid to let it show. And I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow, grow, grow? I think it's time we stop tipping on our toes. What's holding you back now, sugar? 'Cause I don't know, sure know you want it. Afraid to let it show. And I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it, why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away. No, yeah. Grow, 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 grow. It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away. Oh, make you move before someone takes your place. I know how you feel, but you're scared to say to my face. I sure know you want it. Afraid to let it show. And I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it, why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away. Grow, 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 grow. It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away. Yeah. Make you move before someone takes your place. I see you watching me when we're with our friends. There's definitely something in the air. So let's take it from there. let's take it from there. Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? And I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? I know you want it. Afraid to let it sow. You need it, baby. Why don't we let it? Why don't we let it grow, 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 Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it? Why don't we let it grow? Ba-da, 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 ba-da.
They say love don't cost a thing. There's hearts for cards, but cash is king. Fancy cars and diamond rings. I won't get caught in all that greed. So come and take a walk in peace. There's all the freedom you need. And go spread your love for the people's greater needs. Take a walk in peace and hear what I'm saying now. The world is obsessed with material things. It's time to throw away your selfish needs. Let's let your words agree with how your actions speak. I'm here to talk, not trying to preach. So come and take a walk in peace. There's all the freedom you need. And go spread your love for the people's greater needs. Oh, yeah. Don't let yourself get lost in all that greed. Oh no. Finally don't get no fuss. Finally be riding on my way. Finally woke up with some luck in the book. I don't give a what someone say. Finally got my friends in the back of my roller. We gon' make it big one day. We gon' make it big, I say. We gon' make it big, just stay in there. Stay in the moment. Stay in the moment with me. Give you a moment. Give you a moment with me.
can't lay back. Gonna jump the rooftop and come watch the skyline with me. If I ever said enough times, I can never let you go when you're not mine. Yeah. Falling in love with you every time. When I look into your eyes and see a paradise, I can be your nighttime lover. We'll dance under the moonlight cover. The pleasures I will make you discover. I'll make you feel like no one other. We can be your nighttime lovers. Nobody has to know nothing about us. Accompanied by the birds and the summer night, I'll drive you home before the sunrise. I can be your midnight lover. can be a midnight lover. I can be your midnight lover. I can be your midnight. Ooh, if I ever said enough times, I can never let you go when you're not mine. Nighttime lovers. Nobody has to know nothing about us. Accompanied by the birds in the summer night. I'll drive you home before I can be your nighttime lover. Nobody has to know nothing about us. The pleasures I will make you discover. Make you feel like no one else. I can be your midnight lover. 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 can ease your mind, but I want it my way. So meet me in the crowd. Everything is allowed. Your mind is running wild, but we'll do it my way. Love is a feeling, and you can quench this fire. No. So give me when I want it, baby. 'Cause I got what you need. Just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Slow dancing in the night, yeah. I wake you up inside. I want you close and tight. Yeah, I want it my way. Love is a feeling, and you can quench this fire. No. So give me when I want it, baby. 'Cause I got what you need. Oh, just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh give it to me now. Just give it to me, oh give it to me, taking just be. Don't take it. Taking just don't be. And live my life. Don't take it personal. I ain't lying. I ain't hiding. I've been grinding, multiplying. I've been trying to get my weight up, staying prayed up, meditating and taking time away. You always posting up pictures, trying to look like you winning. I'm writing rhymes in the kitchen, soaking in moments we live in. Yeah, you got the nerve to be on me, faking your life for the IG. If you got my number, don't add me, 'cause baby, I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. Baby, don't check for me. Taking time out to be and live my life off screen. Taking time out to be and live my life. Hey. Taking just don't be and live my life. Don't take it personal. We just building. It's my season, lay foundation. Make a name for generations. Please and make a, then take a break or a little vacation and chasing blues away. Hey, hey. You always posting up pictures, trying to look like you winning, or look like you always be working, soaking the moments you live in. Yeah.
was caught off guard. Now let me tell you what it's all about. 'Cause we need a little time. We need to think things over. You know it ain't no crime. I put you on my shoulder. We have a chance to make it better. And if we find it hard to say, like music made together, you will. I know that you are the one. Oh, I always knew it was you. I know that you are the one. Yeah, you are the one for me, the only one that could ever make me feel this way. I always knew it was you. I know that you are the one. Woo. That you are the one for me, the only one that could ever make me feel this way. Lord only knows what it took to making you like a blossom of a tree or the color of a jewel. So divine is the feeling that I find, like a sweet mountain breeze in a fragment of my mind. I said, darling, you are all I want for sure. Darling, you give me everything and more. I said, darling, ooh, yeah, girl, you know I miss you. Slide talking, girl, you're walking circles through my mind. And it seems like every day just gets better when you're mine. When you love now and forever, for my hurt you are the cure. Like a spring you keep me healthy, with a substance that is pure. And I said, darling, darling, I'm feeling rich although I'm poor. I said, darling, in your arms I feel secure. Darling, darling, ooh, yeah, girl, you know I miss you, baby, you know I miss you, oh yeah, you know I miss you, baby, you know I miss you. You know I miss you. And I said, darling, oh darling, you are all I want for sure. All I want for sure. Darling, in your arms I feel secure. I feel secure. Darling, feeling rich although I'm poor. I said, darling, you give me everything and more. I said, darling, yeah, girl, you know I miss you. Oh, baby, oh, you know I miss you, darling. You know I miss you.
talking about us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can hear them thinking out loud. One might think it's obvious. Please don't spill your mind when you don't have a clue. Hey. They don't know about us, babe. They don't know about us. They can think what they want, baby, but they don't know one thing. Even if they did have a glimpse of our truth, they wouldn't know about us, no. They wouldn't know about us. They keep wishing that I'd fall in line. But you and me, babe, were one of a kind. One might think it's obvious. Please don't spill your mind when you don't have a clue. Hey. They don't know about us, babe. They don't know about us. They can think what they want, baby, but they don't know one thing. Even if they did have a glimpse of our truth, they wouldn't know about us, no. They wouldn't know about us, 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 us. They don't know about us, 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 They don't get it, babe, living in a cruel world. It's a rare thing to do just what we do, love. Hold your head high and do it by your own terms. They don't get it, babe, no, they don't get it, babe. They don't know about us, babe. They don't know about us. They can think what they want, baby, but they don't know one thing. Even if they did have a glimpse of our truth, they wouldn't know about us, no. They wouldn't know about us, 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 They don't know about us, I've been working overtime like crazy, just to show you how I really feel. Haven't had a single day off duty, just to show you that my love is real. Do you even care when I stay? Oh, baby. Can you even tell I'm under your spell? Oh, baby. I just wanna take another look at you so our eyes can finally meet. I just wanna take another look at you. Maybe that's when you will see that I'm falling hopelessly in love with you, 'cause you're making me complete. I just wanna take another look at you. Will you let me? Oh, I hope that someday you will notice every little thing I do for you. Like the time I went to buy you flowers, 'cause you said your favorite one is blue. Do you even care when I stay? Oh, baby.
We used to hang around town pretty late. I spent the week thinking about our next day. It was easier then, so much easier then. Or like that time I picked you up outside of school. You said, screw my dad, I make my own rules. It was easier then, so much easier then. Take me back to those easy summer days when we stopped at nothing, baby. Yeah, we stopped at nothing, baby. They couldn't take us, they couldn't change us, they couldn't catch us if they tried. No, we didn't care at all about winter or spring or fall. We felt so alive, and girl, we were thriving on kisses and sunshine and mischief. Yeah, we had one of those things. We just had one of those things. I guess I've had some things to figure out, but now that I'm done, I'm full of doubt. Was it easy for you? Yeah, was it too easy for you? You used to say that you would always be mine, but you seem to be doing just fine. Now I think about you, I just can't seem to stop thinking about you. Take me back to those easy summer days when we stopped at nothing, baby. Yeah, we stopped at nothing, baby. They couldn't take us, they couldn't change us, they couldn't catch us if they tried. No, we didn't care at all about winter or spring or fall. We felt so alive, and girl, we were thriving on kisses and sunshine and mischief. Yeah, we had one of those things. When we stopped at nothing, baby. Yeah, we stopped at nothing, baby. They couldn't take us, they couldn't change us, they couldn't catch us if they tried. No, we didn't care at all about winter or spring or fall. We felt so alive, and girl, we were thriving on kisses and sunshine and mischief. Yeah, we had one of those things. We just had one of those things. Yeah, we had one of those things. Don't tell me, baby, was a real bad dream. Tell me, baby. It was a real bad dream. Tell me. It was a real